should be stronger. Books abandoned, breathe the water. Mind distracted, sons and daughters out for slaughter. Turn the lights off. Don't you like it? I know I do. How about you? What do we know? Tiny patterns, hypnotizing, terrorizing. Turn the lights off. Everybody likes to get taken for turns. See how bright the fire inside of us burns. And everybody wants to get evil tonight. But all good devils masquerade under the light. Diamonds twinkle brightly, dance in darkness, blow the nights off. Sleepy child, spark desire, walk the fire. Oh, you will never ever stop me, 'cause I'm never gonna quit. Gonna get just what I want, and I am gonna get it quick. Lose yourself inside the city, lose your mind inside a week. You can lose all of your money, you can find enough to sleep. In this world to survive, we can live while we're alive. Come inside, twist the night like it's something to do. I'm a voluntary victim. Watch your colonial tongue, I'll watch you tighten the noose. I'm burning in your mad IQ. I'm burning in your mad IQ. Oh, the apocalypse is coming, don't you lose all your control. 'Cause you can't get into heaven if you haven't got a soul. You can never ever stop me if you're sick or you're obscene. You can bend or you can break, but they'll replace you with machines. Come inside, twist the night like it's something to do. I'm a voluntary victim. Watch your colonial tongue, I'll watch you tighten the noose. I'm burning in your mad IQ. I'm burning in your mad IQ. Paralyzed by the sum of your parts, and abstract with the human heart. Captivated, but I'm so confused, and burning up in your mad IQ. Come inside, twist the night like it's something to do. I'm a voluntary victim. Watch your colonial tongue, I'll watch you tighten the noose. I'm burning in your mad IQ. I'm burning in your mad IQ. I'm burning in your mad IQ. You've got the devil on your shoulder. You better shut your mouth just like I told you. You've been controlling me through fiction. It's obvious. I've got to break you like a It's like you're running out of holy places. And now the room is getting quiet. Oh, what a shame. Nobody taught you how to read and write. Oh, bless my soul, losing control. I'm having bad dreams, and nothing you can do will keep the bad things away from me until I fall asleep. Bad dreams, despite your good intentions. The girl is like an architect, and I am just a new invention. Just a new invention. I am just a new invention. It's a miracle I'm standing. You're dragging me back into heaven. I'm having bad dreams, and nothing you can do will keep the bad things away from me until I fall asleep. Bad dreams, despite your good intentions. The girl is like an architect, and I am just a new invention. I am just a new invention. Bad dreams, I am just a new invention. I can't sleep having. I am just a new invention. I can't sleep. I am just a new invention. Big shot, so what do you wanna pretend? You took the money, but the money couldn't buy a friend. Now I want you to leave me alone. They say the devil that you know is better than the devil that you don't. Oh, you're a big shot here, but nobody else knows. Now I want you to leave me alone. Blind spot, take your best shot, lucky me. Go fly a kite until you're tangled in the hanging tree. Now I want you to leave me alone. They say the devil that you know is better than the devil that you don't. Oh, you're a big shot here, but nobody else knows. Drag me into place, lock the fire escapes. I'll break your pretty face. Yeah, yeah. You clever little things, the sick of fancy teens. What a precious basket case. Yeah, yeah. Now shut your dirty mouth. If I could burn this down, I wouldn't hesitate to smile while you suffocate and die. And I would be just fine. And let my love decide that it would surely be. So bite your tongue and choke yourself to sleep. You get everything you
Yeah,
want. Money
yeah.
always talks to the idiots of us. Now shut your dirty mouth. If I
You
could
can see
burn this
the
down, I
father
wouldn't
on that one.
hesitate to smile while you suffocate and die. And I would
Mother
be just
everyone
fine. And let my love decide that it
who
would
was who brought that
surely be. So
file
bite your tongue and choke yourself to sleep.
What? Yeah, wait. Walk.
Music, one of man's greatest achievements, is quickly becoming more popular with each passing day. We invite you to follow along as our scientists work to conceive of a future where music is created not by man, but by machine.
Careful, my mind. Thing, yeah.
We're taking over the world, one kiss at a time, and then I'm taking you I'm making it mine. No reason why I'm only doing anything I want to do, because I do it all the time. We're taking over the world. A little victory's mine, and we're all taking your innocence. I'll be corrupting your mind. No need to cry, I'm only doing anything I want to do, because I do it all the time. We're so young, but we're probably gonna die. It's so fun, we're so good at telling lies. It looks so good and we never even try. Get your money from a trust fund, do it all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
We're taking over the world, one kiss at a time,
Yeah.
and then I'm taking you and I'm making it mine. I'm making it mine. No reason why I'm only doing anything I want to do. We're so young, but we're probably gonna die. It's so fun, we're so good at telling lies. It looks so good, never even try. Don't wanna do it, but I'll do it 'cause I do it all the time. We're so young, but we're probably gonna die. It's so fun, we're so good at telling lies. It looks so good and we never even try. Get your money from a trust fund, do it all the time.
Probably had your claw. Right.
I'm learning gemstone faceting, and for my 9th stone, I decided to bite off more than I can chew. I really enjoyed the pixel cut on my last stone, but I thought the effect might be even cooler if it were longer. So I grabbed one of these sapphire offcuts and trimmed it up. The starting weight is 97 carats, and you might be thinking, you're new to faceting, and that's big. Is this a good idea? No, it isn't. But hey, these wax wings aren't going to melt themselves, so let's get cutting. The first half went deceptively well. In fact, it's the best cutting I've ever done. Each facet went in right and the polish didn't even have any scratches. And the transfer went well too. So I cut in the crown facets, started the pre-polish, and it came off the dop. So I glued it back, let it set a while, and it came right back off. I ended up redopping it 3 more times. Realistically, a stone this long should have had a specialized dop to give it extra support, and I was warned about this, but I just really wanted to cut this stone, and eventually I did. The crown still has some issues with scratches and a few chips I didn't have the heart to re-cut to get out, but you know what? It's still pretty neat. And the final weight is...
If you've got large knuckles, you might have trouble with rings spinning around. These little sizing balls help secure the ring at the narrow base of your finger, but Josh didn't need them anymore, and that's because this golden honeycomb ring was passed down from his late grandfather. He added the sizing balls later in his life as his knuckles became arthritic, but Josh's fingers are thicker all the way through, and the ring didn't fit him at all, so he asked me to remove the balls and size it up. To enlarge a ring, I first make a clean cut in the back, stretch it open to the new size, and then add in a matching piece of gold. But this ring's covered with all these oddly shaped openings everywhere. So I plot out the new holes with a Sharpie, then I'll grind them away with a ball burr. The goal here is to make the sizing piece completely disappear into the rest of the design. Josh told me his grandfather wore this ring every day, whether he was working in his shop or just fishing on the lake. To Josh, it's worth far more than its weight in gold. It's a piece of his family's legacy. And now that it fits him perfectly, he too...
So, that happened. You guys ready to put this behind us? No! 5 minutes ago you were walking on the ceiling calling yourself the Prince of Darkness.
So this is how it's gonna be.
I mean, the amount of buckets of black bile we had to clean
Our
out.
security deposit's toast.
Oh, that thing was long gone, Mr. Mount the TV.
Oh, fuck,
how
you.
are those things equivalent? Look what you did to the ceiling.
Oh, we do not know that was me.
Yo, come on.
Oh, you want to bet?
Why don't we just put this behind us and play some Mario?
You turned my sister into 1,000 bats.
All you gotta do is put them all back together.
We've only found 6.
Ooh, they found 7. I mean, our shower was spewing blood for a week straight.
Well, your skin looks great. So, anyone notice the priest is still here? Don't you have somewhere to be?
There's like one of these every 50 years.
That's kind of cool. I got a weird crick in my neck.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's because your head was doing a 360 like a dreidel.
I mean, the demon's the one that did all that shit. I mean, my soul was in hell the whole time.
Oh, Will, your grandpa says hello.
My grandpa's in hell.
Yeah, also turns out you're not actually Argentinian.
Oh, well, I guess that was me.
Yeah,
I told you. I mean, I don't want to get to pointing fingers, but it was your doll that did this. Oh, don't blame Rosalita.
I mean, the doll was pretty fucking creepy.
Well, either way, he shouldn't have been brushing her hair.
Maybe she shouldn't have had so many guns.
Why'd I stop walking?
Oh, you probably went right to the thing.
My shit hurts. I mean, so, that happened.
You guys ready to put this behind us?
No! 5 minutes ago, you were walking on the ceiling calling yourself the Prince of Darkness.
So this is how it's gonna be.
I mean, the amount of buckets of black bile we had to clean
Our
out.
security deposit's toast.
Oh, that thing was long gone, Mr. Mount the TV.
Oh, fuck, how are
It's the most creepily intelligent thing.
So, that happened.
You guys ready to put this behind us?
No! 5 minutes ago, you were walking on the ceiling calling yourself the Prince of Darkness.
So this is how it's gonna be.
I mean, the amount of buckets of black bile we had to clean
Our
out.
security deposit's toast.
Oh, that thing was long gone, Mr. Mount the TV.
Oh, fuck, how
It's the most creepily intelligent thing your pet has ever done. 1. My cat Tuffy stole a piece of bread off of the stove and put it on the floor next to the cabinet. She then stared at it intensely and motionlessly for an hour. We thought that was creepy. Then a mouse came out from behind the cabinet to get the bread and she pounced on it. She was using the bread as bait. This is the same cat who routinely burns her tongue licking light bulbs, hisses at them, and keeps licking. 2. My dog has epilepsy, so he has to take a pill every morning. I broke it in half and put it in his food and let go at it. Checked a few minutes later and I see the bowl is completely empty except for one of the halves left in the center. I walked into the living room where he was, looked at him and said, "Forget something," as a joke. He looked at me, got up, went back to his bowl and ate the pill in front of me. That fucker knows what's up. 3. I have a chocolate lab and a black cat. My dog loves tennis balls. It's the most creepily intelligent thing your pet has ever done. 1. My cat Tuffy stole a piece of bread off of the stove and put it on the floor next to the cabinet. She then stared at it intensely and motionlessly for an hour.
Screw it. My name is Eric, with a K. NPC writes name down, and your last name with a K. No, I got that. Eric, what's your last name? My last name is with a K. Wait, is your name Eric? My last name is with a K. Okay, wait a minute. So to clarify, my last name is literally the phrase, air quotes, with a K. It's all one word. Finishes writing. So review the document to make sure I got this right. True it looks. No, I spell Eric with a C. That last line dropped me on my ass. NPC goes home, pours a glass of wine, NPC spouse. Rough day at work. I met a man named Eric with a K. That's fine. His last name is literally with a K. Files divorce papers immediately. My name's Bond. James Bond. Last name? Bond. Okay, Bond, James Bond, Bond. No, my name's James. James Bond. Last name Bond? Yes. Okay, James Bond, Bond. Druid. My name is Eric with a K. NPC. Writes name down.
Teleporting to the moon kills you. Nobody knows why. On a planet where blinking teleports you anywhere, the first moon traveler died the second they arrived. Then a dozen more, each a fatal instant oops. Number 14 showed up armed with a sword and 6 weeks of rations, thinking he could cheat death. Spoiler, he didn't. No one understands why the moon is a death sentence. Plains are myths, mountains are legends, but the moon? It's a glowing graveyard scene.
What obsession was a partner ashamed to admit to you, but you ended up being even more into it than your partner? 1. Fun times outdoors. Mild exhibitionist obsession. He actually doesn't mind being watched while I do mind, but the thrill of possibly being caught is fire. It took him.
He weighed over 700 pounds and had just collapsed in his apartment. Paramedics rushed in, but quickly realized that he was too big to fit through the doors and down the stairs. So rescue workers removed a large window from his apartment, and they reinforced the floor to make sure it wouldn't collapse. Then they carefully
Driver issue.
There's an interesting Disney fan theory about Tiana.
When visiting America, what is something a
That's weird. I had it happen to me on my computer. I do haven't fixed it on mine. So I don't know how to help you.
person should never do? 1. Don't visit dangerous.
I've been trying to do it on mine.
58. All right, that's good, man. It's better than it was before. Yeah, it's definitely a good thing. But how did you get his sugar up again? Oh, you sweetened condensed milk in a funnel. You funneled condensed milk into his mouth? I've never heard that before. No, man. We didn't funnel it into his mouth. If you didn't put it into his mouth, where would you know you didn't? Yes, he did. What, man? It works every time his blood sugar gets low. I don't care if it works, man. You can't be funneling condensed milk into people's rectums. All right, bro, I went to the store and got some more How do people even think of this stuff? All right, looks like his blood sugar's 58. All right, that's good, man. It's better than it was before. Yeah, it's definitely a good thing. But how did you get his sugar up again? Oh, you sweetened condensed milk in a funnel. You funneled condensed milk into his mouth? I've never heard that before. No, man. We didn't funnel it into his mouth. If you didn't put it into his mouth, where would you know you didn't? Yes, he did. What, man? It works every time his blood sugar gets low. I don't care if it works, man. You can't be funneling condensed milk into people's rectums. All right, bro, I went to the store and got some more How do people even think of this stuff? All right, looks like his blood sugar's 58. All right, that's good, man. It's better than it was before. Yeah, it's definitely a good thing. But how did you get his sugar up again? Oh, you sweetened condensed milk in a funnel. You funneled condensed milk into his mouth? I've never heard that before. No, man. We didn't funnel it into his mouth. If you didn't put it into his mouth, where would you know you didn't? Yes, he did. What, man? It works every time his blood sugar gets low. I don't care if it works, man. You can't be funneling condensed milk into people's rectums. All right, bro, I went to the store and got some more How do people even think of this stuff? All right, looks like his blood sugar's 58. All right, that's good, man. It's better than it was before. Yeah, it's definitely a good thing. But how did you get his sugar up again? Oh, you sweetened condensed milk in a funnel. You funneled condensed milk into his mouth? I've never heard that before. No, man. We didn't funnel it into his mouth. If you didn't put it into his mouth, where would you know?
Let me tell you a story. I'm not just a gem guy, I'm also a pixel artist. And back in 2012, I got a message from an up-and-coming musician. At the time, he went by Radiation, but soon after, he dropped that moniker for his real name, Toby Fox. Back then, Toby did music for Homestuck, and Andrew Hussey had asked him to find pixel artists to work on a minigame. Toby was familiar with my work and got me on board. That was a lot of fun, and on the way out, I told Toby that he should reach out if he ever needed some pixel art. The very next year, he launched the Kickstarter for Undertale, and I did not work on Undertale. But it was still a big boost for me as an artist early in my freelancing career, and I'll always be grateful to him for giving me that opportunity. I've had this pixel cut heart design knocking around in my head for a long time, and I thought the latest chapters of Deltarune were a good excuse to find.
If you are visibly disfigured or disabled and a random 3-year-old loudly asks their parents about you, what would you prefer the parents' response to be? 1. I'm not disfigured or disabled, but I'll never forget an encounter I had as the mom of a young child. We were in Target, and the cashier helping us had one eye, several facial disfigurements, one ear, and a giant blue and green mohawk. My 3-year-old, of course, loudly exclaimed, "Mama, Target has a pirate." While I wished I could disappear into the floor. The lovely gentleman kindly explained to my child that he wasn't actually a pirate but had a sickness that made him look that way. He patiently answered my kiddo's questions. Does it hurt? Do you have a pirate ship? Where is your parrot? Does it make you see funny to have only one eye? I tried to stop my son from pestering him, but the cashier told me it was fine and that he loved kids. As we walked away, my son loudly declared, "That's the nicest pirate ever," and insisted that I never go to Target without him again because he wanted to say hi to Mr. Pirate Man. Over the years, we visited that same cashier many times until he passed away from complications related to. If you are visibly disfigured or disabled and a random 3-year-old loudly asks,
After I saw him in The Cripple of Inishmon, I anxiously waited to meet Daniel Radcliffe at the stage door so I could get this card signed. Because I was toward the back of the crowd, I didn't think Daniel would even notice the card. But I was very wrong. As soon as he caught sight of the card, Daniel started laughing. He then took the card and explained how he'd wanted to sign one of the cards ever since he'd found out about it, and signed it with my Sharpie. Then he thanked me for bringing it and took my phone and took a selfie with me. Needless to say, I was very happy. Daniel Radcliffe is a gift to humankind. Bro, he signed the wrong side. Imagine explaining to future generations that the most valuable item in your family heirlooms is Daniel Radcliffe's officially certified delicious apple. LMAO. After I saw him in The Cripple of Inishmon, I anxiously waited to meet Daniel Radcliffe at the stage door so I could get this card signed. Because I was toward the back.
Today you're going to watch me melt down some of my discontinued Dandelion crayons. Before you freak out, this is the plan. For those of you all that don't know, Dandelion crayons were retired back in 2017 and they were my favorite growing up, so I've been collecting them ever since. While also collecting any broken ones that I came across. Because this old thimble shelf up here that I used to keep trinkets in, it has 9 slots in it. And there are 9 letters in the word dandelion. So I thought it would look cool to melt down the dandelions and put them in letter mode so we can spell out dandelion in this shelf. There's liquid gold right there. Very cheesy. Now that was satisfying. For anyone asking, yes, it absolutely reeks of crayons in here now, and it's absolutely amazing. Now I just gotta cut off all the excess wax, oh my gosh, and then they'll be done. Alright, and here they are, they're all done, and yes.
"What is a slap in the face job offer?" 1. Potential employer said, "What's your current salary?" Me said, "Irrelevant." PE said, "We need to know." Me said, "Fair enough, it's 16,000. PE said, "Okay, we'll offer you 18,000. Me said, "Nope, you advertised 23,000. PE said, "Okay, how about 20,000? Me said, "No." PE said, "Okay, 23,000 then." Me said, "No." PE said, "Why not? That's the full amount?" Me said, "Because you just tried to diddle me out of 5,000 pounds. Why would I possibly trust you in future?" 2. My wife wanted to change jobs. She applied for and interviewed with a company, meeting 9 people over a 2-week period. Everyone told her that they liked her and her experience and would love to work with her. Then she met with the CEO and discussed her salary. My wife was transparent and told the CEO exactly what she made in salary, bonus, stock, etc. My wife was not looking for a raise. The CEO, after 2 weeks of thinking, offered her 80% of her previous salary with no bonus, no stock, nothing. What is a slap in the face job offer? 1. Potential employer said, "What's your current salary?" Me said, "Irrelevant." PE said, "We need to know." Me said, "Fair enough, it's 16,000. PE said, "Okay, we'll offer you 18,000. Me said, "No."
One of your agents was spying on me in the bathroom. Why? I can't talk to spiders. Dude, I can't even talk to girls. I know you're here, Dracula, you big nerd. Where's my goddamn money? I am the Silver Surfer. Hand over your wallet and your ketamine or Earth is doomed. Goth Moon Knight. I'm not falling for that one again. Oh my god, is that Moon Knight? Oh fuck, a lawyer. Foolish Asgardian. It is now Khonshu who possesses Mjolnir. Khonshu has the big hammer. One of your agents was spying on me in the bathroom. Why? I can't talk to spiders. Dude, I can't even talk to girls. I know you're here, Dracula, you big nerd. Where's my goddamn money?
When the trigger is pulled, it forces the liquid medicine through a nozzle the thickness of a human hair. And this creates a narrow, high-speed jet, which pierces the skin and sprays the medicine into the muscle. It spreads evenly through the tissue, meaning your body absorbs it faster than a regular shot. And the whole thing is done without a needle. When the trigger is pulled, it forces the liquid medicine
Magic Spoon is a high protein and low sugar cereal. It's designed to replicate the classic cereal flavors without the insane ingredients list and dangerously high amounts of sugar, while also helping you reach your protein goals. Now, I'm sure you've seen this health cereal advertised all over your social media and probably by some of your favorite YouTubers. I know I have. But I've always been curious whether the cereal was such a miracle product like these influencers claim it is. Surely it can't be super healthy, filled with protein, and taste like the nostalgic sugar-filled cereals I grew up on. So today I'm going to dive into the nutrition of this product to determine its health benefits, whether it's worth the steep cost, and also I'm going to be trying the product for myself from an authentic, unsponsored perspective. Okay, first thing we have to talk about is this cereal is fucking pricey. I wasn't able to find Magic Spoon at my local grocery stores, so I went online and bought it on their website and ended up paying about $60 for 6 boxes of cereal. And while it definitely costs a little bit extra because you have to pay for shipping if you buy it online, from what I can tell, this is not far from what you pay if you bought it in a store. I also bought some of their protein bars to try, so it ended up being in total about $105 I spent for this video, which I'm still waiting on my YouTube check, and ouch is all I'll say. From what I can find, at Walmart, a single box of Magic Spoon is about $10, which is almost exactly what I paid. Now, first of all, this is incredibly expensive for a box of cereal, but it's even crazier when you realize that a single box of Magic Spoon is 7 ounces, which is so small that when I tried to find another brand of cereal with a box the same size, I literally couldn't even find any other cereal brand that offers sizes smaller than 8 ounces other than like those tiny little, cups that they give you at school. And I even found a mega size box of Cocoa Pebbles, which was 27 ounces, which is about 4 times the amount of cereal, and it only cost $5. You're telling me I could get 4 times the amount of cereal for 50% of the cost? If you compare the closest thing I could find, which is a 8.9 ounce box of Fruit Loops for $4, to the 7 ounce box of Magic Spoon for $10, the cost per ounce is $1.43 for Magic Spoon versus the 44 cents for the Fruit Loops. Now, obviously, when you try to use higher quality products and make things healthier, it does increase the cost of the product. If you want to make a product like this that has no added sugar, a bunch of protein, while also being keto friendly, gluten free, grain free, soy free, wheat free, and naturally flavored, then it's going to end up costing you a little bit extra, for sure. But regardless, I think it's still really important to understand how much they have hiked the price of the cereal. They were straight up like, let's not even do greedflation or shrinkflation. Let's just offer as little amount as we can with the highest price possible. Like, they didn't even try to slowly sneak it in there like most companies do. They were just like, let's just be honest. We're just gonna fucking charge up the ass for like hardly any food. Yeah, these are honest. I don't know. Honestly, for me, this is enough for me to not even consider buying this product. It's just way too expensive. However, if you have a bunch of disposable income, is it even worth buying at all? Well, let's talk nutrition. The main selling points of this cereal is that it has low sugar and is packed with protein, which is definitely important. And one of the big problems with traditional cereal is it's just packed out the wazoo with sugar. And it has maybe 1 or 2 grams of protein max. It also usually has very little fiber, and personally I try to get a lot of fiber and protein in my breakfast, so because of that I've largely been avoiding cereals for the past couple years. I absolutely love me some cereal, but I just cannot physically justify it. So in theory, I really like the idea of Magic Spoon. If I can eat my favorite cereal and also get all the nutrients that I want, then I'm in. I mean, maybe not $10 a box in, but you know what I mean. And it's true, there's a lot of protein in Magic Spoon. A 1 cup serving is about 12 to 14 grams depending on the flavor, which is pretty solid. Assuming you would maybe re-up that cereal at least once, I know I would, that's a pretty high protein breakfast. My problem is still going to be the lack of fiber in the cereal though. Magic Spoon actually has less fiber than a lot of other cereals, which is already a pretty low bar. Being high in fiber is seemingly one of the only health selling points that Magic Spoon is seemingly not trying to target. I feel like breakfast is a great time to get in some fiber though, which fiber is really, really important, and we've talked about it before on this channel, how a lot of Americans fail to reach the recommended amount of fiber that you should be consuming in a day. And there's just so many good breakfast foods that have a ton of fiber in them. Now, granted, you could add a side to your Magic Spoon cereal, like high fiber toast, and balance out the nutrients a little bit more if you wanted to. But that kind of brings me to my next point, which is this cereal is also not super low calorie or anything. 1 cup is about 130 to 170 calories depending on the flavor, and that amount is actually on par with Cocoa Pebbles and is even higher than something like Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks. However, to be fair, this isn't an insane amount of calories or anything like that, and you're going to be consuming 14 grams of protein, so you're going to be a lot more satiated than if you were to eat a bowl of Cocoa Pebbles, which is just pure carbs. Speaking of which, what about carbs? They love to advertise on their boxes about their net carbs, which is usually 4 to 5 grams. And if you look at something like Cocoa Pebbles to compare, a single cup of Cocoa Pebbles has 35 grams of carbohydrates, so that seems like such a vast improvement. However, it's worth noting that net carbs does not equal total carbs. If you look at the nutrition facts on a box of Blueberry Muffin Magic Spoon, you'll find that while it says 5 net carbs on the front, it says 15 total carbs. Net carbs are essentially the idea that not all carbs are used by our body in the same way. And because of that, if you're doing a diet like Atkins or keto where you're avoiding carbs at all cost, you don't necessarily have to avoid certain types of carbs because of the way that they're going to be absorbed or not absorbed in your body. And that means you don't have to count them when you're doing these diets. However, it's very important to note that the idea of net carbs was very explicitly created by food companies to market to people who are doing the keto and the Atkins diet to basically cash out on this trend of low carb diets. Okay, Editor Dakota here. I made a little bit of a mistake here. Atkins diet actually created the idea of net carbs. However, food companies have been responsible for essentially deciding what that term entails, and they can stretch it quite a bit. So I feel like that's an important point of clarification. I was wrong. Not created by food companies, but utilized, exploited, and basically decided what it means by food companies as a marketing tactic. So I was pretty close, but it's an important distinction. Net carbs are also something that is not regulated or recognized by by the FDA, and professionals say the science on this is a little bit fuzzy. But net carbs, according to these companies that created it, is essentially total carbs minus fiber and minus sugar alcohol. So Magic Spoon claims that theirs is the total carbs minus the 1 or 2 grams of fiber, then the bulk of the minus is from allulose, which allulose is essentially a type of sugar that is derived from monk fruit. It has 10% of the calories of regular sugar, and it's not metabolized by our body, which is why Magic Spoon claims that it takes away from the total carb count. I feel like these low carb diets tend to be overly restrictive and actually end up overlooking the largest part when you're trying to lose weight, which is calories. Just because you are eating no carbs, if you're still in a calorie surplus, you're not going to be losing any weight. They also just overly villainize carbs and disregard the actual positive effects that carbs can have on our bodies. Personally, I had success in my weight loss journey with counting calories rather than carbs, but everyone's different. But overall, this product is not horrible in terms of nutrients, I guess. It has a good bit of protein and definitely still less carbs, and the carbs that they do have are definitely also sourced from healthier areas, it seems like, than, you know, normal cereals. I definitely do find it a little bit manipulative and confusing to advertise the net carbs in this way, but I understand that that is an industry standard. I also think it's important to say that I'm mainly comparing this cereal to other cereals, which of course is going to be more nutritiously beneficial than fucking Reese's Puffs. But if we were to compare this to other breakfast foods, I feel like it's not that great. One of my favorite meals that I have in the morning is avocado toast with 2 eggs, and then I have coffee that I put my protein shake in as creamer, and that ends up being about 40 grams grams of protein. I also end up getting about 12 grams of fiber and some, healthy fat and carbs as well. Obviously, a good mix of things. It just feels more well-rounded. I don't know. This isn't the best meal either, I'm sure, but I'm just saying you don't have to find a cereal that is like good for you in every single way and you will eat for every single meal in the morning every day. However, I think if you occasionally have Magic Spoon and maybe with some kind of side to have more variety of nutrients, then it's certainly an upgrade from traditional cereal. But okay, enough yapping about nutrition facts. No one gives a shit about any of that stuff if the cereal tastes like cardboard. So let's find out if it does. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have quite a lot of Magic Spoon right now sitting in front of me, and it's time to try every single one of them. Well, this isn't every single one of them, but this is most of them. I'm excited. I'm hungry, and I want some cereal, okay? I feel like we have to start with the cocoa flavor because one of my favorite cereals in the world is Cocoa Pebbles. You just can't pass up the taste of the Cocoa Pebbles milk. Okay, that taste is the best thing ever, and I don't really eat cereal anymore, but if I ever did and someone was like, hey, I have cereal, and they had Cocoa Pebbles, I'm chowing down on that shit and I'm loving every single minute of it, okay? So this I have high hopes for. The only problem is it is a protein cereal, so and it has 0 grams of sugar, so I'm a little bit worried about what that's going to entail, but let's find out. Okay, before I actually sit here and take a bite of this though, I have to explain something. I have 2 fake teeth all the time. You see how I have all my teeth? Well, 2 of them are fake, okay? 2 of them are inside my retainer, and so in order to eat things, I actually have to take it out. So if you notice that I'm missing 2 teeth, I'm fine. It's just that I have a retainer that I usually wear, and that's why it looks like I have all my teeth. I'm working on getting implants, but it's a long, painful, and annoying and expensive process, so it's taken a little bit. Just wanted to preface that. Okay, so I've just got this random 2% milk here to add to my bowl. All right, let's try the frickin' cocoa one. I'm actually incredibly excited for this. Okay, it looks solid. I'm not really tasting that much here. It's not bad though. I taste a hint of chocolate, but it's very mild. Oh shit, that's a lot. It's a fresh carton of milk here. I bought this just for the video. I don't ever drink milk really. Gotta pour the cereal first, of course. I don't know what kind of crazy fucking person pours the cereal on top of the milk. Here's what we're looking at. It looks pretty fine. I'm excited about this. That's not bad. That's good. Honestly, the cocoa one, pretty damn good. Like, I mean, it's not the best thing ever, but it's not bad. It's not unbearable. It doesn't have a very strong flavor. It's a pretty mild flavor. It's definitely very, like, chalky. Like, you can tell that there's a difference between, like, normal cereal and Magic Spoon cereal from this bowl. But it doesn't taste necessarily, like, the texture is not necessarily off-putting on this one, and the taste is pretty good. I mean, I would eat this again. Now, compare this to Cocoa Pebbles. It's a fucking blowout. Cocoa Pebbles wins every single time. But I understand that's not fair because this is supposed to be a healthy cereal, so of course it's not going to taste as good as the fucking bad stuff. I understand that. This is going to be some of my breakfasts over the next couple weeks. Here's the problem. I poured like a huge bowl. So do I just eat the rest of it? I'm not gonna waste it. Alright, I'm gonna eat the rest of this and see what the milk tastes like because that is very important with chocolate cereal. Okay, you can tell there's something that has been added to the milk that is chocolate adjacent. So let's see what the milk actually tastes like by itself. Maybe I just gotta add more of it, but it's not very good. I'm someone who like hates milk. Like, I never drink milk. I was always an almond milk person because I think I had a bad experience with milk when I was like 6 years old where I had like spoiled milk, and ever since then I just don't taste milk the same way as I did before that. It's weird. I know it's weird, but I can't drink just milk by itself. So when I taste something like this that isn't doctored up enough, it tastes actively bad. So I don't think I would drink the milk of this, but the cereal itself is pretty solid. If I'm ranking this cereal, I'd probably give it like a, I don't know, like a solid 7. A solid 7. Let's go next to the fruity cereal. I'm personally actually really excited about this one because my friend Zach shout out Zach, by the way, he told me that he actually eats Magic Spoon cereal sometimes, and he said this was one of his favorite ones. It was the fruity one. So I'm actually really excited to try and see if he has a good taste or not. Zach, this is for you. Okay, it honestly just looks like Fruity Pebbles, or Fruity Fruit Loops. It just kind of looks like Fruit Loops, but does it taste like Fruit Loops? That is the question. Ooh, it smells weird. It does. It tastes like slightly stale Fruit Loops. Not that stale, you know? If Fruit Loops were like 3 days past the expiration date, kind of stale, you know what I mean? Like yeah, it's fine, you know? Like, I'm gonna eat it and it'll be fine, and I'm not gonna get sick. It's not gonna be like that obnoxiously bad, but something's a little bit different, you know? That's what it tastes like. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm pouring way too much in here. I'm fucking hyped. Okay, let's go. Okay. Damn! This is the first time that I've tried a product and been instantly pleasantly surprised. Usually, I'm very disappointed. This time, so far, okay, we still have 4 more to try, but so far, I'm pleasantly surprised. I gotta be honest with you. This is really, really solid. I really like it. I'm not someone who eats Fruity Pebbles on a regular basis, or any cereal at all. If I was someone who ate cereal all the time, maybe I would notice more of a difference and I would actually just like it a little bit more. So far, those 2 flavors, pretty freaking good. Pretty freaking good. Look, you came to a video called Everything Wrong with Magic Spoon. Even though the title sounds a little bit negative, I'm not coming in expecting anything to be terrible, okay? I always say this, but it's true. Maybe the video has a bit more of a critique stance, right? Maybe it's a little bit more of a critical video. But that being said, like, I'm open to enjoying whatever I'm reviewing, okay? I really am. I'm genuinely open to it. I'm pleasantly surprised so far, and that's awesome. Let's keep it up, Magic Spoon. Now, peanut butter. This is also really exciting for me. I hope it doesn't disappoint. So far, they haven't disappointed, so I'm actually really excited. I can get down with some, like, Reese's Puffs, okay? If this tastes anything like Reese's Puffs, it's gonna be awesome. Let's actually figure this out. It has 14 grams of protein, which is actually more than the other ones had. Ooh, it smells really good. It smells almost like it has some, like, honey in it, too. Okay, I mean, there's a slight peanut butter. This one's okay. It just tastes like a chip. Like, it tastes like a salty chip or something. It smells really good. I can smell a lot of peanut butter, and the taste dry does not taste really like peanut butter at all. Like, it's like an aftertaste of peanut butter. Let's see what it tastes like with milk. Yeah, I need to stop pouring so much. Alright, this is what we've got. This is what we're working with here. Let's actually give this a shot. A little bit disappointed from the way it tasted dry, but let's see how it tastes with wet. It's a little bit better, I guess. I don't like this one. I don't hate it, but this is not something that I would ever buy. It doesn't taste very good. It's just the flavor is very lacking. Like, there's just a very, very mild, like, very, very small amount of flavor in this. When I'm eating a cereal, I want flavor. I want a pack of flavor. I want a punch of flavor, you know what I mean? And this is not bringing that for me. In my opinion, this is not a good peanut butter cereal. I would never buy this again, and I wouldn't really recommend it. I also realized I forgot to rate the fruity one, so I'm gonna rate that one like a 8. I think that was really good, actually. And then in terms of the peanut butter one, I'm gonna give that like a fucking 4. I don't really like it at all, and I honestly don't want to finish the bowl. I feel bad, but I don't really want to finish it. I'm not even gonna try the milk. I don't even want to get to the bottom of it. So next up, let's try cinnamon toast flavor. This is obviously trying to replicate things like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I always enjoyed Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It was never my top pick, but I always liked it whenever anyone else had it. So honestly, I feel like this one's not gonna be good. I feel like Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a super sugary cereal, and something tells me they're not gonna be able to replicate that in a protein cereal. But we'll see. I'm open to enjoying it. Also, I gotta say, I really like the way they have these little mazes on the back, kind of like a, you know, like old, you know, kids cereal boxes had. I always thought that was really cool and really fun, and I kind of like that, you know? It's a little maze. It's cool. Oh god. Oh no. This is gonna be bad. Also, just side note real quick. I'm tasting like this aftertaste from all these other cereals. It does not taste good. It is not a good aftertaste. It is lingering and kind of weird and gross and chalky and, I don't know, strange. I don't like it. Ew. Oh my god, this is terrible. This is a terrible flavor. Dry, this sucks. Okay, let's see if it tastes any better with milk in it. I'm actually disappointedly surprised. Like, I know I said I thought it was gonna be bad, but that was really bad. I will say though, one of the best parts of Cinnamon Toast Crunch was always the milk, so I feel like I have to try the milk on this one specifically. Oh shit, I just spilled it everywhere. Damn it. But my new office is gonna have just milk and shit everywhere. By the way guys, while I'm cleaning this up, do you like the new office? What do you guys think of the new office? Let me know in the comments. No, it's just bad. It's just bad. This is a bad one. I'm tasting a little bit of cinnamon, but it is not sweet enough for it to taste good. It's not a pleasant experience. Definitely has some cinnamon in it, but yeah, no. This isn't the move. I would highly not recommend this one. If I had to rate it, I'd give it like a 2. Like, this is really bad. I don't like this one. Okay, let's see how the milk tastes by itself. No, that's also awful. Wow, okay. This sucks. And the aftertaste of that is disgusting. Jesus Christ. I need to go get my water. This one is something I've never had before. It is a blueberry muffin cereal. I absolutely love blueberry muffins. Why don't they just call it blueberry though? It's kind of strange, right? I don't know. Let's see how it tastes though. Smell-wise, it's not good. Taste-wise, dry. It's okay. It's mid. It's not very strong. It's not very sweet, but it's not horrible. Let's see how the blueberry muffin Magic Spoon cereal tastes with milk in it. That's a weird one. Something I'm realizing about these Magic Spoon cereals is that the taste is not there in the first like 2 seconds of a bite. And then after like 3 seconds, it creeps in and then it creeps back out. And then there's this weird aftertaste. I don't know why they went with a blueberry. Why didn't they just go with a fucking blueberry flavor? I feel like it would have been way easier to make a blueberry flavor. That would have been a lot better. Blueberry muffin, I can tell that they're not going for blueberry and they are going for blueberry muffin, and I don't like that. I don't know. This isn't good. I don't like this one, is where I'm landing at. It's not as bad as the other ones, but probably like a 4. You know, probably like maybe a 3. I'll give it a 3.7, actually. This is Frosted. This is the final cereal that I bought, and I'm assuming it's kind of supposed to be like Frosted Flakes, which I never ate that many Frosted Flakes. But they're fine, you know, there's nothing wrong with them. Frosted Flakes, the one that has like the tiger that goes like, this is great. Is that Frosted Flakes? Oh, God, that smells terrible. It smells just like the cinnamon one, which I hated. So that's not good. Ew, it just tastes bad. It doesn't taste like Frosted Flakes at all. It just tastes bad. It tastes like protein powder. Oh, this is nasty. I don't even want to try this, but I have to. My job is so hard, guys. I have to eat cereal that I don't like very much. My job is so hard. Gosh, probably one of the hardest jobs in the world, you know? Being a YouTuber, it sucks, you know? You get flexible hours, pretty good pay, sometimes recognition and all that stuff, but sometimes you have to taste things and eat, you know, like a couple spoonfuls of cereal that you don't really like very much. My job's so hard. I'm just kidding, by the way. I understand I'm very privileged and this is one of the easiest jobs in the world. Now, okay, before I take a bite of this cereal, which I have a feeling I'm gonna really, really hate, can you just maybe like, I don't know, hit that subscribe button and maybe like the video as well? Could you do that for me? Okay. Ew. Dude, this is terrible. This is terrible. Why did we lose our way? It was great. The first 2 were great. The fruity one and the chocolate one were great. What happened? Why did all the rest of them suck ass? This is terrible. What the heck's going on? This tastes like nothing I've ever tasted before in my life, and it's disgusting. It tastes like if you got cardboard, cut it into little circles, right? And then put them in like water to make them soggy, and then put a bunch of fucking like protein powder on top of it. That's literally all it tastes like. It tastes terrible. It tastes terrible. I hate it. I'm gonna give it a 1. Some of them are okay. Some of them are pretty good. This fruity one, pretty good. The cocoa one, pretty solid, honestly. And those 2, like, I'm gonna finish the box over the next week or so. I'm gonna be eating these for breakfast, for sure. You know, with some eggs or something like that. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed some of them. I'm going to eat those. The frosted one, there's no way in hell I'm gonna eat this whole thing. I'm gonna have to find someone to give this to. I don't want to waste it, but, you know, I'm gonna give them away.
Well, 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 it was only a matter of time. Yes, the first case report, at least to my knowledge, has been published in the medical literature describing a patient who came to direct physical harm because of something ChatGPT told him to do. People keep saying that AI is going to make doctors like me jobless, but here it is providing medical job security. I say first case in the medical press because journals often lag a few months behind clinical practice. I think every doctor by now has encountered a patient that has asked ChatGPT to diagnose them, or they've asked Google Gemini about their medications, or if they've suffered a catastrophic head injury, they might have turned to Grok. Sometimes I can even tell before I ask. Patients have always had access to medical information from varied sources, and some more reliable than others. Wellness influencers peddling their grift is a common occurrence. I think we're all used to duping patients into believing something that at least sounds plausible and convincing. I mean, that's really the basis of a lot of wellness and alternative medicine. And you can fully sympathize and understand why people fall for it. But now I'm encountering patients saying things that just don't really make any sense. You've all seen those AI failed where a chatbot messes up some simple math and says 2 + 2 = 5, or there are 3 B's in blueberry. Now imagine the medical version. Now imagine you listen to it. All right. So our case is a 60-year-old man who presented to the emergency room in an American hospital complaining of hallucinations. Not the AI kind, I mean real hallucinations. And by real, I mean fake. Auditory and visual hallucinations. He said his neighbors were trying to poison him. And you know what? Maybe they were. I once got in trouble at medical school. I was in my first or second year, so I was still a teenager, on a psychiatry rotation because I got really into a conversation with a paranoid schizophrenic for over an hour. I went into great detail about the mechanisms the aliens had set up in order to surveil him. I made some suggestions about sweeping his house, and the psychiatrist pulled me to one side and said, "Rogan, you're not supposed to reinforce their hallucinations." And I said, "I know, but it's just really interesting. I mean, he paints a really rich tapestry. It's like being in a Neil Asher novel." Honestly, if I could have just done psychosis, I would have considered psychiatry as a profession because I found it so fascinating. But I didn't want to deal with anxiety and depression all day long. At work, I'm a millennial YouTuber. I get enough of that every time I meet my friends. Love you guys, really. No, I went to the diametric opposite direction of psychiatry, cardiology. And that patient became one of America's most popular podcasters. All right, back to our case. So his neighbors weren't trying to poison him. What was going on? Well, amidst his paranoia and hallucinations, the team do some tests. And if somebody is acutely psychotic, they may have a primary mental illness, but you need to exclude a physical or what we call organic cause. Now, his blood tests, well, they were giving like raised chloride and acidosis. It was an American hospital. Now, I have to admit that chloride is not really a blood test we tend to pay a lot of attention to most of the time, aside from a few unusual circumstances such as receiving too much intravenous fluid, and the team were a bit stumped before their boss, a tall, grumpy guy with a stick and a limp, shouted at them, "Go take a proper history." Remember, in America, the medical motto is very much, why talk to the patient when you can order a test? But via some good old-fashioned Well, 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 it was only a matter of time. Yes, the first case report, at least to my knowledge, has been published in the medical literature describing a patient who came to direct physical harm because
A man drinks suspicious. I recited the medical dictionary from memory.
A man dry scooped 35,000 milligrams of caffeine. This is what happened to his organs. E.T. is a 37-year-old man presenting to the emergency room agitated, confused, and complaining of a massive headache. Paramedics tell the admitting nurse that they saw him have a seizure in the ambulance. When it was finished, they noticed that his heart was beating erratically. E.T. was devoted to his gym lifestyle. In his early 20s in college, he knew that that age was the prime time in his entire life to build not only a solid base of muscle, but also a solid foundation of discipline. He ate clean, he didn't party, he slept well and consistently put in his hours to become as strong as he could be, and it paid off. Even though he knew he wouldn't be able to keep up to be as strong later in life. E.T. never really bought into the hype of supplements. He knew that consistency in eating well and training well were always the most important. But when he did take supplements, he'd save money by buying raw ingredients and creating his own mix. One day, while transferring ingredients from the wholesaler's bags to his own containers, E.T. mislabeled the caffeine powder for branched-chain amino acids. As he mixed his custom supplement blend, he thought something was different. Usually, the amino acids had a particular texture and didn't clump up into chunks like how powdered caffeine does. Even though it looked and felt a little different, he thought maybe the factory used a different way to manufacture things. Maybe it was a different batch. He wasn't really paying that much attention this time around. Everything was white powder and it was just hard to tell a difference. As the mixture was ready, E.T. had no idea the sheer amount of caffeine powder in this particular mix, that just a single scoop alone contained a lethal dose of caffeine as he placed the container on his shelf. The next day, E.T. prepared his peri-workout supplement, something to drink to keep him hyped during his training session, but he was completely oblivious to the fact that he was about to consume a lethal dose of caffeine. In the middle of one of his sets, he decided he would dry scoop it as he popped the powder into his mouth and washed it down with some drink. He noticed it tasted really funny, kinda bitter with a peculiar aftertaste. Maybe the factory really changed those amino acids. Immediately after swallowing 35,000 milligrams of caffeine, E.T. noticed something weird. He wasn't sure what was wrong with the taste. He thought the workout was a little weird while he was doing it, so maybe he just tweaked something, he thought. As the minutes passed, E.T. started feeling like he was getting hit by a slow-moving train. He felt his stomach was burning, but his heart was starting to beat faster and faster.
Alright, plan B.
Hey everybody. So, in the directories of the legendary encyclopedia site Wikipedia, there exists a largely unnoticed page entitled Long-Term Abuse. The page is not an article, like so many of the site's resources are. It's a notice board, part of Wikipedia's internal infrastructure, maintained by thousands upon thousands of editors, and used to uphold the integrity of the site through various means. But long-term abuse, in particular, reads more like an FBI Most Wanted listing than a reference page for the maintenance of Wikipedia. And this is largely due to the fact that, well, it kind of is. Wikipedia is probably the last place you'd expect to see drama or conflict, but you'd be surprised how deep these things really go on the site. Long-term abuse and other pages like it offer a glimpse into the strange and unpredictable world of Wikipedia warfare, and describe, in neatly categorized, well-documented format, some of the most bizarre individuals to ever crawl the pages of the free encyclopedia. These are the cryptids of Wikipedia. Now, you probably don't all really need an explanation of what Wikipedia is, but humor me for a minute as I give a very brief history of the site to provide at least a little context. Now, the site wasn't exactly the first of its kind. Throughout the experimental years of the 1990s, a series of short-lived online encyclopedias like Interpedia were launched before dissolving into the swiftly moving waters of the rapidly expanding internet. A truly resilient site wouldn't come till 2000, when dot-com era web portal company Bomis launched the site Nupedia. Bomis, which had previously found success offering distribution of erotica, search engines for erotica, and premium subscriptions for erotica, launched Nupedia as a free online encyclopedia that accepted user contributions for articles, an initiative largely credited to Bomis CEO Jimmy Wales. But Nupedia was far from perfect. It operated using a two-stage article creation system. Users were allowed to submit articles on any topic they'd like, but in order to be hosted on the site, these articles would need to be approved through a rigorous peer review process, which was, to put it nicely, really slow. By the end of its first year, the site had approved a grand total of 20 articles, and this wasn't exactly growing at any significant rate. And this is where Nupedia's editor-in-chief, Larry Sanger, came into play. Sanger brought to the table the relatively new concept of a wiki, which had been developed in the mid-90s by programmer Ward Cunningham. Cunningham had created the first wiki site in 1994, with the goal of establishing an online database characterized by collaborative contribution and ease of editing. These were concepts that Sanger believed would allow a site like Nupedia to reach its full potential. In January 2001, Wikipedia was launched by Bomis as a side project to Nupedia, although it would quickly surpass the latter by the end of the year. And the rest, as we know, is history. Now, the wiki concept is what really matters here. While it wasn't new by the time Wikipedia adopted it, it became so successful on the site that the two eventually became synonymous. It relies heavily on the concept of any user being able to propose any edit they see fit, and counts on the fact that through discussion, research, and revision, the information on a page will refine itself to become as accurate as possible. But of course there are some inherent issues. By definition, a wiki is editable by anyone and everyone. If you've ever had a teacher give you flack for citing a wiki, this is why. Other users can modify it, revise it, or remove it entirely. But by nature, a wiki has no defined leaders or fact-checkers. It's essentially a bubble of controlled chaos that survives only through the diligent work of users who volunteer their time to make sure information is factual and accurate. These editors have a difficult and probably really annoying job, and it only gets harder when you have to contend with those uncommon but particularly resilient users who have decided instead to volunteer their time towards tipping the scales ever so slightly in the direction of chaos. On that note, let's talk about long-term abuse. The page has a very simple purpose. It hosts a regularly updated list of individuals, both active and inactive, who have shown repeated interest in vandalizing articles, harassing other users, and generally sowing discontent. Anybody can visit an article and fuck around with the details. Your changes will probably be reverted within 5 minutes, and nothing will really come of it. But these strange individuals are on another level entirely. They devote large amounts of time and effort to making repeated, usually very specific changes to articles, and they'll engage in deception, impersonation, and ban avoidance to keep these exploits going. The reasoning behind these actions could be anything, if it's even known at all. And these, as you may have guessed, are the cryptids of Wikipedia. And in our program for the evening, we'll be taking a look at a few of the most interesting. Speaking of which, our first category for the night are the most superficial of the group, those whose aims aren't catastrophic but whose behaviors are nonetheless erratic and potentially a problem. We begin with the strange case of the dog and rapper Vandal. The account's activity dates back to October of 2013. Its various IPs geolocate to the Pennsylvania area, and its activities are, well, pretty much exactly what you'd expect. Also known as John Kwasinski, the dog and rapper Vandal has spent close to a decade making minor, almost unnoticeable changes to a wide variety of pages themed around dog breeds and various rappers. The edits they make are often so small and insignificant they go unnoticed for a considerable amount of time. Things like adding non-existent albums to rappers' discographies, adding various credits to rappers' info boxes that weren't necessarily true, tweaking dates very slightly, and changing the listed weights or characteristics of numerous dog breeds for some unknown reason. The user's edits would usually be accompanied by a short message reading something along the lines of, "Please accept, please stop, discussed on my talk page," or "I hate you." What made the dog and rapper Vandal's activities even more bizarre was the fact that they'd often go a good bit of time doing genuine, honest edits before relapsing and going off on dog and rapper pages again before being banned. But unless you're an avid dog breeding enthusiast or want perfectly factual information about the birth dates of rappers, the exploits of this user probably haven't affected you too much. The same can probably be said of the Chipmunks Vandal. Dating back even further to mid-2010, this Vandal had motives even more particular than those of our previous subject. Their sole purpose on the site, with a few exceptions, was to add information about Alvin and the Chipmunks covers to the wiki pages of various songs, and otherwise spread extremely detailed information about Alvin and the Chipmunks, where it wasn't necessarily needed. For an idea of just how prolific they were, during a single day in February 2011, they updated close to 100 individual pages with chipmunk-related info, including mentions of covers for Tub Thumping, California Dreaming, 9 to 5, Satisfaction, and countless others. Their knowledge of Alvin and the Chipmunks covers, while genuinely really impressive, wasn't something Wikipedia editors found particularly appealing, and since 2015 they've officially been marked as a person of interest, despite their activity slowing down in late 2021. Some users in this category, however, are more methodical. When you've got nothing really going on, I suppose screwing around on Wikipedia can be an interesting way to spend your time, as seems to be the case with one Dusty8686. A more recent case, beginning as recently as 2015 and theorized to be centered in Lee County, Florida, Dusty became quickly infamous for abusing and gaming a number of Wikipedia's internal systems to perform numerous minor changes on a vast array of articles. Edits were almost exclusively very small scale and almost unnoticeable if left alone, changing the game end time of FNAF from 6 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., adding bees to the list of world's deadliest animals, and changing Shadow Pokemon to Hell Pokemon in the Pokemon Go article. Some of these are honestly so small I don't even understand why they went through the trouble of changing them in the first place, like changing the number of levels in an obscure Japanese puzzle game from 100 to 70. But minor as they were, the changes were eventually noticed and an investigation was started to track Dusty down. But like some of the other users we'll discuss tonight, Dusty was a little more clever than expected. They learned to exploit autoconfirm, a Wikipedia system that automatically gives users higher permissions once they have an account for 4 days and edit 10 articles. Dusty was known to game this system by making a series of tiny edits on Wikipedia's sandbox page every time they created a new account. And this is my cue to talk about sock puppets. For all intents and purposes, a sock puppet is an alt, an account created by a user for any number of reasons that they'd prefer most people think is actually a completely different user. The concept of an alt has been around since the dawn of the message board, but as sock puppets on Wikipedia, they take on some unique characteristics. Due to the site's collaborative nature, sock puppets aren't just for ban evasion. They can be used to make multiple edits on the same page to avoid detection, to revert edits from other users without making it seem like the original user was at fault. Hell, they're even used to make it seem like the original user, or the sock master, was correct the entire time. If I was really strongly convinced that the page for Markiplier should state that his favorite food is cracked walnuts, I can just create 10 socks who exist only to agree with me, create 10 more who revert other people's edits when they try to change it, and maybe a few that I can use to pretend to disagree with myself so that I can then prove them wrong. Why is this important? Well, a lot of the individuals on the long-term abuse list got to where they are today by very heavily abusing creation of socks, and in general they just make potential vandals a lot harder to root out. Case in point, Dusty8686 was remarkably hard to track down, due to a combination of jumping between a wide variety of articles and periodically creating new socks, which they'd then auto-confirm using the 10 edits trick and use to make very slight modifications to random pages. Yeah, admittedly nothing we've discussed so far is really anything to write home about. But what about when a vandal originates from outside the site itself and attempts to bring something in? The year is 2011, and in the quiet evening hours of May 2nd, a series of minor changes are rapidly made to the article for English singer-songwriter Robert Palmer. The changes make this strange claim that Palmer's partner at the time of his death was one Geraldine Edwards. This is, to put it lightly, not true. Palmer's actual partner at the time of his death was former waitress Mary Ambrose, a fact confirmed in a number of publications in the years following. But this user, operating out of a San Diego IP, was convinced otherwise. The Geraldine Edwards hoaxer, as they came to be known, actually went undetected for over 2 years, save for a few small reversions of their edits, and it wasn't until 2013 that the full extent of the hoax would actually be uncovered and undone by editors. At this point, however, it was also found that the hoax extended a lot further than the boundaries of Wikipedia. Article after article after article on every site from Oregon Music News to Ultimate Guitar to AOL Answers featured a barrage of comments, seemingly from the same time period the hoaxer became active, sharing their valuable personal insights on Robert Palmer's relationship with Geraldine Edwards. An entire fictional narrative had seemingly been created by one unidentified user, who had then spent the next 3 years traveling to tens if not hundreds of sites with hundreds of sock puppets to spread the hoax. The changes on Wikipedia were undone, but they were really just the tip of the iceberg, as the damage, in a few cases, had already been done. A handful of sites from Last.fm to numerous personal wikis and blogs had picked up the information from the Wikipedia page and spread it elsewhere. And even to this day, you can still find the lingering effects of the hoax scattered across the internet. This, if you couldn't tell, is the true underlying purpose of the long-term abuse page. People trust Wikipedia, and when users are determined to alter it, they run the risk of altering public perception of a particular thing. Now, of course, when dealing with the users in this category, it ain't really a problem. Nobody's going to be particularly affected by the giant schnauzer being listed as a stand-up comedian. No, the real issues come with the users who take things a step further. I.B. Wright, active as early as September 2006, is one such user. Operating since the very early days of the site and generally understood to be located in the United Kingdom, Wright's interests revolve primarily around electrical systems, railways, and aerospace engineering, generally choosing to alter existing information or straight up delete statements on pages of this sort with little to no explanation. Things would escalate when Wright was actually called out. Any user who dared to revert their edits or bring up their conduct elsewhere would be subject to Wright harassing the user virtually non-stop, using numerous sock accounts to revert or change every edit that user would make, a process known as edit warring, often leaving comments attempting to frame the user as unreliable, untrustworthy, or having a, quote, 100% history of disruptive edits. Unlike most users on this list who edited in secret and would have preferred to be left alone, Wright would invariably go on the offensive almost instantaneously, presumably with the intention of beating any potential enemies to the punch by accusing them first. Throughout the midst of the 2010s, Wright became obsessed with two users in particular, Burnin' Through the Sky and another whose name I won't attempt to pronounce, stalking their talk pages and using their army of socks to create the illusion that the two users had angered the community in some way. As a side note, reading these old talk page logs is way more entertaining than it has any right to be. This dude gets heated and starts using words like hoodlum and tendentious. But this is where Wright's dealings would finally come to light, as attacking two normal users who were, for all intents and purposes, just ordinary people trying to help out on Wikipedia isn't exactly a good way to gain approval from the community. Wright's game was discovered and they were quickly banned, although they continued to evade the ban as recently as 2021. In later years of Wright's activity, around late 2014, a user named Alex Smithson began their own strange little campaign. Since the creation of Alex's first account, they've spent a considerable amount of time creating pages, editing existing articles, and harassing Wikipedia editors with the seemingly singular goal of promoting several obscure Italian families and attempting to link them to ancient European royalty. Believed to be located in or around Milan, Alec possesses what appears to be an obsession with the Italian, Natoli, Biodi, and Poli families. They've historically created mountains of articles detailing the biographies of otherwise non-notable members of these families, and making additions to existing pages to make it seem as if numerous members of these families were legendary rulers, craftsmen, or other historical figures, most notably attempting to link the Natoli family to existing French royals. Alec went so far as to create entire detailed articles listing the supposed lineage of the Natolis, and in the process became even more infamous due to their extensive use of sources that were either extremely dubious or just straight up non-existent, with the user extensively editing wiki data entries to provide evidence for their claims. After several months of activity, during which they made use of various socks and shifting IPs, and also picked fights with several well-established Wikipedia editors, Alec was finally banned and identified as a person of interest, although this hasn't stopped their behavior. In the following years, Alec has been permanently banned on over 10 different localized Wikipedias, but continues their crusade to promote various Italian families, even to this day. Similarly motivated but with largely different interests is the user It's Lassie Time. A legendary and prolific sockmaster, Lassie Time's activity dates back to 2008, and they began their erratic behavior almost immediately. The standard pattern was for Lassie Time to create a small handful of sock accounts at a time, which they then used to create colossal amounts of articles with little to no actual research or extraneous information that wasn't really needed. Although their behavior was noticed almost immediately, Lassie Time was always incredibly quick to create new accounts every time a ban was issued. They were unbelievably prolific in this regard, with over 200 confirmed sock accounts created since 2008, many of which were sleeper accounts, created months or years in advance to be used in case of emergency. But of course, this is all stuff we've heard before, just on a much larger scale. Lassie Time became infamous, not necessarily for this behavior, but for what came next. When Lassie Time was criticized in pretty much any way, they wouldn't so much lash out aggressively like other users mentioned tonight, but a penchant for unusual behavior was revealed. You see, not only did Lassie Time possess over 200 socks, they treated each as if it were its own individual person, each with its own character or persona. On some accounts, they played the character of a young girl editing articles on rodeo. On others, they played an elderly woman writing articles on ballet, and the list goes on. When Lassie Time's bizarre edits were reversed or called out, they'd take on the persona and try to draw pity from other users, usually in the form of drawn-out pleas and complaints on notice boards, although aggressive attacks were also known to happen. And strangest of all, they'd have their socks interact. This person RP'd very poorly as their own mother / their own daughter to scold users for reversing their edits, and similar stunts on a fairly regular basis. And this went on for literal years, with socks being incredibly difficult to find thanks to Lassie's tendency to use sleeper accounts, making check user essentially useless. Oh yeah, wait, check user. You may have been wondering how exactly all these sock accounts are found out. After all, on a site as big and active as Wikipedia, it seems pretty damn difficult to tell if any two given accounts belong to the same person. This is where check user comes into play. Check user is a special tool created by Wikipedia staff that essentially allows one to identify if any two users have been making edits from similar IP addresses or ranges. This is extraordinarily useful if it's found that two disruptive users are being disruptive in kind of the same way, and editors want to find out if they might just be the same person. Now, it should be noted that check user isn't just something that anybody can pull up and use. It handles sensitive info, namely the personal IP addresses of Wikipedia users, so it isn't a privilege given out to anyone who registers an account. Check user is exclusive, and I mean exclusive. There are, at the moment, exactly 48 editors who have check user credentials, and it's historically been up to this small subset of people to run checks on Wikipedia's most notorious vandals in the hopes of finding a lead. And most of the time, it's pretty damn effective. A solid number of the users on this list and beyond have had their socks pinned down almost exclusively using this tool. But of course, it's not perfect. Case in point, The full extent of its Lassie Time socks were not discovered for a considerable amount of time, and still may not have been fully discovered to this day, largely due to the fact that they would create accounts sometimes years in advance just to lie in wait, completely inactive and undetectable by Czech user, until Lassie Time needed them. Further complicating things is the fact that, as documented on their page, it's theorized that circa 2016, the account and its various socks came under the control of a different user, evidenced by a sudden change in behavior in which more accounts were created, less overall edits were made per account, and said edits were almost entirely destructive in nature. It's even thought that both the original Lassie Time and the 2016 counterpart may have been active simultaneously, but it would seem there haven't been any major updates since December 2021, so it can tentatively be said that the account is at least dormant. It's unclear if the same can be said for Supreme Genghis Khan, also known as Genghis Khan Supreme, Genghis Khan the Great, Super Genghis Khan, and various other Genghis Khan-related monikers. Khan showed up seemingly from nowhere during the tumultuous year of 2016 with no other goal than to cause chaos and destruction everywhere they went. As you may have guessed by their username, Khan is undoubtedly one of the most outwardly aggressive users on this list. They were almost always on the offensive, wiping entire pages, replacing them with massive dumps of images and text in all caps, and spamming both articles and user talk pages with some not so nice statements about other users. Notable edits include placing Osama bin Laden or Kim Jong-il in places they weren't supposed to be, claiming pages for the Mongol Empire, and adding 2 million bytes of text to a notice board page, reportedly crashing the browsers of users who tried to access it. Khan was entirely unafraid of Wikipedia staff uncovering their work, and would quite often sign their acts of destruction with their original username, getting banned and then immediately swinging back around with a new sock puppet. In just a few short months of 2016, Khan would create over 190 confirmed socks before a site-wide ban was declared on any activity from their end. As of today, their whereabouts and activities are entirely unknown, and Khan was last spotted roughly 2.5 years ago in late 2020. The case remains open, although I'm certain many would like to see it closed. So by now we've covered all the bases for the most part. Meticulous but easily pissed off editors, hoaxers, self-promotion specialists, standard garden variety trolls, and other small-scale agents of chaos. But what about someone who is just genuinely insane? Brad Watson is a 63-year-old man residing in Miami, Florida. In the waking hours of the day, Brad performs as a freelance musician in various venues across the state, but as night falls he takes to Wikipedia to type up some of the craziest shit you've ever read. Brad believes himself to be the reincarnation of various historical figures, including but not limited to Benjamin Franklin, Albert Einstein, Plutarch, and Jesus Christ. His interests span far and wide, but seem to generally orbit around the concepts of ancient history, extraterrestrials, biblical study, and physics. Brad will haunt pages that pertain to any of these topics and flood them with bizarre theories and pseudoscience. He'll frequently take the discussion to the talk page of any article he happens upon, and almost universally attempts to link the topic at hand to the number 7, or less frequently, the number 4. Brad's strange unified conspiracy centers around the biblical 7 seals, which he believes to have deciphered and interpreted as what he calls beyond Einstein theories, theories he believes will have some profound effect on the universe. Now, on Wikipedia, Brad is quickly and efficiently dealt with, his edits reverted and his accounts banned the instant he makes a talk page about thoughts being able to travel back in time. But outside Wikipedia, Brad continues to run rampant. He has a LinkedIn where he references being Jesus Christ as his one and only piece of work experience. And from this page and numerous self-promo edits he's made on Wikipedia, we can take a jump to his personal blog. 7seals.blogspot.com is a genuinely fascinating stream of consciousness info dump in the same vein as Gene Ray's Time Cube. Brad Watson's unified theory draws in everything from reincarnation to American history to Bible verses to causality, cosmology, COVID-19. It just keeps going. And the blog is just the start. As far as I know, nobody's actually done a real search on Brad, but if you do, you'll find his activity dates back considerably farther than 2012, his first Wikipedia appearance. In 2002, at age 42, Brad was interviewed by the Orlando Sentinel talking about performing music in space, and even back then he was already discussing his Beyond Einstein theories. Brad has written a 74-page booklet on his theories, a precursor to which he apparently hand-delivered to the White House gates in 1998. Brad's obsession goes way, way back, and his activities on Wikipedia are really just the tip of the iceberg. And the funniest part is, Brad wasn't even lying about being a professional musician. That's actually his job. Here's him banging out the tunes on a xylophone in 2018 for his self-titled music expo in Fort Lauderdale.
Created by Botanic Tonics to enhance relaxation, cognitive function, and boost productivity. My main question is, what the fuck is Feel Free?
So Feel Free energizes you while at the same time gives you social lubrication.
To be there for your kids or for your partner, if you each take a little Feel Free and then engage, you can actually listen.
So I'm making this video to talk a little bit about my experience with a product called Feel Free. I've been on it for 8 months, up to like 7-8 bottles a day at this point. Me trying to get off it for the first time cold turkey was like one of the scariest days of my life. Crippling anxiety, sweating, just feeling terrible, depressed.
It's 100% vegan, lab tested herbal supplement.
This is a live look at my actual reaction to taking it.
You introduced me to something called Feel Free, which is just an over-the-counter supplement. It turns out it just gets you high.
Wow. Feel Free is an alcohol alternative that provides an energy and focus enhancement and a mood lift without the hangover.
Let's check out their website. On their homepage, they just recently launched a tonic sampler where they have Feel Free Classic, caffeine free. Then they have the other Feel Free, which is naturally caffeinated. The bottles can run for, if you get a 12-pack, $105. Pretty steep. After you see their products, you'll see a list of shit. That it can give you a clean energy boost, a mood lift, a focus enhancement. If you scroll down, you'll see that it's alcohol-free, nut-free, gluten-free, dairy-free, plant-based, 100% vegan, lab-tested, and it is kosher certified. Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot for this little fucking thing. You gotta love these marketing buzzwords like, comes from the earth, all natural. It may actually be 100% natural, but that doesn't mean that because it's natural that it's inherently good for you. It doesn't equate health. The founder of the company, J.W. Ross, says that it's a great caffeine alternative.
It's a replacement for caffeine.
But their marketing, their videos, testimonials, says that it's a great alcohol alternative.
Feel Free is an alcohol alternative.
Replacing alcohol with something that doesn't give me a hangover. This is Feel Free.
Which one is it? Because you can't have both. Now, maybe this one, because it's caffeine free, could be a great alcohol alternative, but they market it as if it's one thing. Alcohol is a depressant, whereas caffeine is an upper of sorts. A drink can't have both. It's a recipe for disaster. It's basically shady marketing tactics to sell a product. It's not real, it's fabricated. It's a fucking snake oil. Depending on which bottle you get, you can choose your feel. Energy, high or higher, focus, higher or high, mood lift, relaxed or engaged, kava root plus leaf kratom. Ah, I see why it's called Feel Free now. Kratom. I'll explain kratom in a bit and why it's the most crucial ingredient
my
in this.
profile password. I tried 3 times, but it's wrong. I'm sorry.
Mr. Internet Banking doesn't mind. He helps me make it new and better.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types to wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coat, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where Harlem sits? Putting on the Ritz. Mango gowns upon a bevy of high brown, come down the levee, all this hits. Putting on the Ritz.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types.
God, it's gotta be around here somewhere. Sir, did you go off for an explosion? I told him not to light it off. What? Oh, you guys weren't lighting off fireworks, were you? Yeah, he found a firework that didn't go off the other night, and I told him not to light it because the fuse is too small. But did he listen to me? No. So the second he lit it, it exploded, and now I'm looking for his thumb. What? His thumb? All right, listen, we're gonna look around. Oh, would you look at that? God, I hate fireworks. God, it's gotta be around here somewhere. Sir, did you go off for an explosion? I told him not to light it off.
Even though there are no dumb questions, what is the dumbest question you've ever been asked? 1. I kid you not, someone said, is a bird a gas? 2. Whilst being a tourist in the Colosseum in Rome.
a kite until you're tangled in the hanging tree.
Become one freaky creatures, monster party. Eyes of yellow, scales and feathers, tails and tethers. Turn the lights off, bend the nightmare. You control it, artful dodger, easy does it. Shut the closet, get under the covers. Snakes and lovers, turn the lights off. Everybody likes to get taken return. To see how bright the fire inside of us burns. Everybody wants to get evil tonight, but all good devils massacre under the light. Here's the pinky, there's the kinky. Everybody complicated, man and woman, baby child, calm and wild. Turn the lights off, don't remember what we look like. Younger, holding one another. Paper colors, dangle screaming, tangle screaming. Turn the lights off. Should be stronger, books abandoned, breathe the water. Mind distracted, sons and daughters, out for slaughter. Turn the lights off. Like it, I know I do. How about you? What do we know? Tiny patterns, hypnotizing, terrorizing. Turn the lights off. Everybody likes to get taken return. See how bright the fire inside of us burns. Everybody wants to get evil tonight, but all good devils masquerade under the light. kiss, blow the nights off. Sleepy child, spark desire, walk the fire.
Oh, you will never ever stop me, 'cause I'm never gonna quit. Gonna get you swallowed, and I am gonna get it quick. Lose yourself inside the city, lose your mind inside a week. You can lose all of your money, you can find enough to sleep. In this world to survive, we can live while we're alive. Come inside, twist the night like it's something to do. I'm a voluntary victim. Watch your colonial tongue, I'll watch you tighten the noose. I'm burning in your mad IQ. I'm burning in your mad IQ. Oh, the apocalypse is coming, don't you lose all your control. 'Cause you can't get into heaven if you haven't got a soul. You can never ever stop me if you're sick or you're obscene. You can bend or you can break, but they'll replace you with machines. Come inside, twist the night like it's something to do. I'm a voluntary victim. Watch your colonial tongue, I'll watch you tighten the noose. I'm burning in your mad IQ. I'm burning in your mad IQ. Paralyzed by the sum of your parts, and abstract with the human heart. Captivated, but I'm so confused, and burning up in your mad IQ. Come inside, twist the night like it's something to do. I'm a voluntary victim. Watch your colonial tongue, I'll watch you tighten the noose. I'm burning in your mad IQ. drive you home. I'll fade the sun and I'll take the stars. I'll build an empire in the dark. Now I can't feel a thing, I'm an empty king. Someone please come and take me away from me, 'cause I can't feel a thing, get away from me.
Music, one of man's greatest achievements, is quickly becoming more popular with each passing day. We invite you to follow along as our scientists work to conceive of a future where music is created not by man, but by machine.
We're taking over the world, one kiss at a time, and then I'm taking you gold, and I'm making it mine. No reason why I'm only doing anything I want to do.
About right now. So if you've never played Kahoot, Adam, that's a great fun fact to put in the chat. Please come Wednesday because it's really fun. We get to like play and compete against each other, but yet we're also playing questions that are similar to what's on the test because I make the game. So I try to take questions off of the test that I also created for you as a custom test. So I know what's on the test and then I make the game in Kahoot so I can make it match very closely to the test. So I'm not only telling you this to really like get you to come on Wednesday to play with your classmates because that is fun, but also because the questions, the game is made by me, so the questions are like really similar to the test. So not only have you been preparing for the test in live lesson for 2 weeks now, with what article? The Biles article about the gymnast, right? We read that all last week, and that's going to be on the Unit 3 test. Hint, hint, wink, wink. So will the Kahoot game questions be similar. So honestly,
we can go to town, we can turn around, we can do anything.
Because the hints have been all over the
Disseminate disease, doing anything that we Only if you like me too, I can fall in love with you. Only
can statements and objectives going along with the Biles article again today, but we've already read it in live lesson and it was in your intro pages. So we're moving on now to other Unit 3 I can statements that also relate to the Biles article, but will be on the test. And one of those is, what is the author's purpose in writing when it's non-fiction, right? And we found an acronym to teach us that, which we've been calling PI all along. So we've had 3 acronyms we've learned so far to help us in the Unit 3 test. The first one was RAD, and we're going to use that to write our short essays on the test and hopefully get good grades on them. The second one was the WIN strategy, which that one helped us define the central idea of a nonfiction article. That's kind of how we ended last week. We read the entire Biles article together in live lesson. Those recordings are posted if you weren't here. While we read aloud on the mic, we use our annotating tool, and we analyze WIN and other things in that article. Then we talked about how in nonfiction, we need to decide what the author's purpose for writing is, and that was the PI acronym. So we determined that an author has a purpose for writing in info text to either be P, persuasive, I, informative, or E, entertaining. And what did we decide the Simone Biles article's purpose was out of PI? You can add that into the chat now. What was the author's purpose in writing the Simone Biles article? It was to persuade the reader, right? So it was the P of PI. So today we're going to expand that on into persuasive or argumentative writing, okay? So Percy the Iceberg is actually not part of the PI. That was something else we learned, which related to an analogy. So all the things that we learned last week, we keep kind of talking back about them and how they relate to I can statements, but there's all kinds of different things that we worked on, right? So persuasive, just so you get that right, the PI of author's purpose is the persuasive part. So why does the author write something? To persuade could be a reason. And this class is just, honestly guys, instead of getting better, it's getting worse. So when you guys stop to say, please stop, or you make people and say stop, things like that, that gets us just off track. I honestly think what we should start trying to do in here is just ignore. Ignore those in the chat and let that for the teacher or the co-teacher, and then gently we'll get back on track if we do that and be able to keep that chat open, okay? Let's try that. Right now we're locked though because it wasn't going very well at all this morning. All right, persuasive or argumentative writing. We need to get on track here, you guys. It's 10:15. What can you share about persuasive writing? What can you share about argumentative writing? What do you know about those 2 types of author's purpose out of PI? We already know that Simone Biles' article was the PI P to persuade. So what can you share about that? This is kind of like a thought dump. We don't need to be in the chat for it. We should be typing on the screen. So let's take a look at what you guys have to say. Change someone's mind. I would agree. That is typically the purpose of persuasive writing. What else? To change someone's thoughts or opinions. To get the person reading to have the same opinion as the author. I love that, Emma. That is so true. To convince someone to think like you. Great, Des. Persuasive writing is why do you try to convince a group of people to agree with your topic or your way of thinking, right? I actually know in the discussion we had on the first unit this year, who was that about? You guys remember that? It wasn't graded, but we did it all in live lesson to practice, and that was actually persuasive. Who remembers? We've actually already had, who was it, Valerie? Who was the author of that speech that we read to discuss? Back in Unit 2, when we first started the 8th grade school year, Sojourner Truth, thank you, Sid. Can you see how Sojourner Truth's speech was also meant to be persuasive? Yes, Benjamin, ain't I a woman? She was writing that to persuade her audience, right? Now we also have an article written about Biles, Simone Biles, the Olympic gymnast, that was also written to persuade. but in terms of your mental health, right? So we've already read 2 pieces of persuasive text or listened to them this school year, and it's still only August. So we've had a lot of practice already with persuasive writing and arguments. And I'm going to give you another hint, hint, wink, wink. We may just be writing a portfolio this year in 8th grade that is persuasive argumentative. That will mean you will then be the author of that essay, and you will be writing an argumentative text. So all the things that we learn in live lessons, sometimes we learn these skills and I can statements to be the readers of them, and then we apply them and we become the writers. So that portfolio is not going to happen until next semester. We have a lot to do as we work through I can statements, but it allows you to know how we're applying what you learn in reading to your own writing essay. Okay? Alright, today's objectives, there's only 2. We should still be able to get through them. Who wants to read them? Okay, I'm just going to call you Addie. Is it Adelaide? I love that. My niece's name is Addison, so I think that's so pretty, but I don't know if I'm saying it right. You can get on the mic and tell me before you read the icons. You need a second unmute, it looks like. Oh, you should be unmuted, because my option is to mute you. So I think you have mic rights, Addie.
Hey pretty baby with the sun in your eye, you make me feel like I'm up in the sky.
Want to try it, please? Just go ahead and unmute yourself. All the private message chats that y'all are sending me, I can't respond to those during class. Well, it looks like her mic's not working for some reason. Maybe. Let's go to Gwen. Go ahead, Gwen.
I can analyze a passage for parts of an argument, including differing opinions. I can use RAD to analyze the counter-argument from an article.
So, a couple things you guys should be pulling out of what Gwen read. These are your I cans for today. By the end of the session today, you should be able to say, I can find parts of an argument. Okay, that's what we're focusing on today out of Unit 3.
Oh, no, it's fine.
And you also should be able to say you can find the counter-argument in a persuasive piece of writing. So, for sake of focus again, let's move back to teachers. I hope everybody really gets something out of this image though. It's always a really interesting one every year when we look at it in class, because these are called optical illusions, right? How many of you have seen these before and maybe kind of enjoy them, or maybe you've actually seen this one? What's an optical illusion though, y'all? It's like when you look at something, you might see one thing and your classmates might see something else. How can you explain that? Let's get really focused now and use the chat for this, right? Because reality can be so complex that equally valid observations from, pay attention to this word, differing perspectives, because we all have a different view of the world. We all have a different perspective. We all come from different backgrounds here in this one classroom together, can appear to be contradictory. So what do I mean by that? How do you explain this alternate image? How do you explain these differing opinions in this image? Try to tell me this in the chat. Explain it. Why is one person saying 4 and the other one saying no, 3? It does kind of look like they're having an argument. We are going to talk about argumentative but persuasive writing today. Remember, polite debating, just like Senator Tripton in her speech at the Iowa Women. You do see it from different angles, Jaden. It depends on which end you're looking at it, right, Flower? Maybe you see both. How many of you by a reaction can now see both? You can see both sides of the argument then. You're seeing why one person says 4 and one says 3.
What?
Maybe you're seeing both. So what does this have to do with persuasive writing?
Get out my brain. Yeah, I got that up.
Yes, yes. See, like Jaden is saying in the chat, please scroll up to what Jaden said. In the argument, you have to understand both sides. you have to understand what the author wants to persuade you, but you also have to understand the other side of the argument. Why is that true, you guys? Because like Autumn's saying, people all see things differently. And your argument is never as persuasive if you are only one-sided. Right, Flower? You can form your own opinion from persuasive writing, but you need to understand both sides. And so, Percy, that's being neutral. Even when you have to write persuasively, you have to put the other side in. You have to put the other side in because there's always two sides to every argument. There's always two sides to every story. And so in turn from doing that, when you write persuasively yourself or when you read persuasive writing, whether that was Sojourner Truth's Ain't I a Woman speech, whether it's the Simone Biles article we're using for Unit 3, there's always the author's other side. Even though the author has their own opinion, they put in the other side of the argument because that becomes more persuasive. So in the chat now, does anybody know what that's called when we add the other side of the argument into the persuasive writing? Who knows that this would be great use of the chat? Who knows what that term is called? We actually had it in iPad already today. Who was paying attention?
Did you hear that?
Not figurative language.
It's all got done for you.
Analyzing. What are we learning today in the parts of an argument? The other side of the argument, the person who's saying no 3 and the other one saying 4 is making it starts with the C. Yes, counter argument, Presley. Yes, counterclaim. Woo, those of you who got that right, congrats, awesome. Counter argument, okay? Hopefully you all will remember that term now because it's our I can statement today, meaning it's also going to be on our Unit 3 test. Every good piece of persuasive writing has a counter argument to it. Why? There's multiple perspectives, just like our image. Hopefully when you look for counter argument, you think of the image from Mrs. Williams in Live Lesson of the multiple boards, 4 and 3. Why is that a counter argument? Because everyone sees things differently in life. There's multiple perspectives, differing views, and it's always going to be more persuasive for you as the writer one day to put a counter argument into your persuasive writing because arguments that are persuasive include a counter argument. They acknowledge that they're not always just the right way to think, right? They acknowledge the fact that the world has differing views. So they put the counter argument in there, and in turn of doing that, they make the writing more persuasive. And yes, the Simone Biles article actually did this. You maybe didn't realize it last week when we read it aloud, we annotated it, we marked it up with blue to find the author's purpose. We found out it was persuasive about mental health, but the author of that also did put in a counterclaim.
Who is that?
Why did he or she do that? I think it was a author last week. The reason why they added that counterclaim in is because they could come back with another piece of information that's highlighted in pink here on my screen. What's that? It's in pink. Tell me in the chat. When they give the counterclaim or the counter argument, they come back with a rebuttal. Yes. And that then in turn explains why the counterclaim is faulty and the main claim is better. So even though the writer is acknowledging differing views, they're still saying, I really want the reader to be persuaded to think like me. And I want to prove that my claim is a good claim. So how can I be more persuasive? I can acknowledge that there's another side to this argument, and I call that my counterclaim. But I'm going to come back with a rebuttal that says this is why the counterclaim is in fact not the best one and the main claim is better. Now I get the reader hopefully persuaded to think with my counterclaim, okay? And we're going to take a look at that today in terms of the Biles article. So be thinking about what do you think the counterclaim was in that Simone Biles article? And then what is the rebuttal? So when we do go on to write an argumentative essay one day here in this class, we will need to look at what the parts of an argument are. And so hopefully you guys can make your view options a little bigger on full screen and be able to see my image here by doing so and understand the parts of the argument. We will be coming back to these all school year while we work through argumentative writing and even argumentative persuasive reading. This is the best way to detail out an argument is by looking at the icons on the screen and matching those up to the 5 parts of an argument, okay? So we'll keep coming back to this, like I said, but the 5 parts of the argument are beside the speech bubble, the claim, okay? That's the writer's main claim, their main argument. Next to the magnifying glass is the evidence, so that's part number 2 in the argument. Next to the next thought bubble, I guess I'm going to call that one the thought bubble, would be what? Number 3, the reasons that the author has for their claim. Next to the speech bubble with the X is number 4. That becomes the counterclaim, the counter argument, the opposing claim. However you want to call it, it's the same thing. And then finally, number 5 is where the author comes back and hits you with the rebuttal. Okay, so those are the 5 parts of an argument. And if we really wanted to get specific, we could pull out the Simone Biles article from last week that we annotated, and we could mark it up with that 5 parts of argument too. Let's take a look at a video that explains counter argument and parts of argument a little bit better, and then we're going to try to find the counter argument in the Biles article today. All right, you should be on my screen, and I'll just teach or play it. Let me know when you can see and hear it.
Hi, today we're focusing on the importance of including multiple viewpoints in your research. Often when we go to write papers, we only include the sources that agree with us. However, our arguments are stronger when we address opposing viewpoints. When addressing the other side of an argument, we can use logic and reason to demonstrate why our argument is better than the alternative. This allows us to anticipate and address questions the opposition might have. This is important because our audience isn't always going to agree with us. So, we need to make sure our papers fairly and accurately address all views. This helps us gain the trust of our audience. For example, if we are writing a persuasive essay arguing that college athletes should get paid, we need to address the opposing view, that they should not get paid. To make our argument stronger, we need to ask ourselves some questions like, what are the arguments against paying college athletes? What are their justifications? One reason people argue that college athletes shouldn't get paid is that they already receive a substantial amount of money in the form of scholarships. Now that we understand a piece of the opposite viewpoint, we can agree that yes, many athletes do receive scholarships, but refute this argument by demonstrating the amount of money college athletes bring to their institutions and their lack of equitable compensation. Beyond including opposing viewpoints, we need to make sure that we look at arguments from multiple perspectives. This means asking yourself who has a stake in the argument. What areas of study would be interested in the research surrounding our topic? For example, if we're writing a paper about bullying in middle school, we would want to include research from these areas of study: education, psychology, or family studies. We could also include perspectives in the form of focus groups, case studies, or interviews with children, parents, or teachers. Including each of these perspectives ensures that we have looked at our topic from all sides and have a strong understanding of our issue. If you need help researching the opposing viewpoint or looking at multiple perspectives.
Alrighty, so if you could not see our video today, most of you said you could see and hear it. A few of you could hear it and saw a black screen. Some of you couldn't see it or hear it at all. It is posted to the Unit 3 resource page, so just letting you know, this is maybe not the first time you've seen it, especially if you're using your resources well in class. It is on the Unit 3 resource page, so what we just watched can be rewatched from there. No worries if it didn't play for you. Let's move on now to the article about Simone Biles, and let's take a look at what that counter argument was. Did any of you think you maybe already knew what it was? Share in the chat if you feel like you remember what this counter argument was from last week. We're going to read it aloud today, so no worries. It's highlighted, I guess, pink, purple. Let's call it lavender, you know? Let's agree to disagree, like we did talk about what's the counter argument, even over colors. Maybe we see the colors differently. Maybe I did that for a reason, to teach you multiple perspectives. Addie, that's not appropriate for class chat. Remember, everybody sees this, including parents, in the recording. All right, let's keep going here with the article about Simone Biles. We're looking for counter argument. I say it's in pink. We might see it slightly purple. Maybe that's the agree to disagree, multiple perspectives of color. Maybe we'll call it lavender. So this piece of the article starts out with the word while so many have applauded her courage. Who is her? Okay, I'm sorry about that. I couldn't get her mic on to let me know that. Can we please move on to the article today? But yes, we don't want cuss words in the chat. I mean, you guys, we're having a rough morning. We are having a very rough morning, and it's making it really hard for those that want to really learn something in here today. So can we get some focus, please? Again, language arts is so interactive. Do we like that interactive part of class? If we like it, then we've got to focus, because otherwise the class turns into turning the chat off, which is not interactive at all, right? And I don't want that. So we really, really have to focus. And again, appropriate use of chat. Like, I have to be on top of that as your teacher, because it gets recorded, it's posted out there, parents see it, the principals can watch it, other teachers can watch it. So we really want to set a good example, right? We want language arts to be a great example. We want this to be the live lesson that the other teachers and the principals are like, oh man, we want to come in and see Mrs. Williams Language Arts 8 students, right? We don't want it to be the reason that they're coming in to be like, let's make sure that chat's on task because we're getting reports of complaints, right? Okay, let's reframe our perspective and think about it that way, and then we move on to this today, okay? All right, from the article about Simone Biles, counter argument is in pink. It starts off with the word while. Who would like to be our reader? Hands are going up, hands are going up. I'm going to go from the bottom today. Let's try Serenity. Miss New Big Sister. Seems appropriate for you to read today. So you've just got a paragraph to read for us there, Serenity. The whole paragraph, please. I unmuted you again. If you raise your hand to read, make sure you're ready to go, you guys, because it's taking too much live lesson time up. Oh, I hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. While so many have applauded her courage, others have gone on the attack. 2 rodeo show hosts recently questioned why support for Biles' decision to withdraw is to be considered brave. Mental health may promote skepticism because it's invisible. We can't see the struggle like we can see a broken bone or the pain of a pulled muscle. Because it's invisible, we feel entitled to judge it, to say nothing of the fact that we expect Olympic caliber athletes to simply suck it up and drive on. I work with many professionals who are under a great deal of pressure to be perfect, and whether this pressure is real or perceived, it eventually takes its toll.
Okay, great reading, Serenity. Thank you so much. So in our chat, let's talk a little bit so we can prepare for our next task, okay? So let's see if we can try this by turning the chat back on so we can review, right, guys? You learn so much by interacting in here together. So let's keep this open and stay on task. Your task on the next slide is going to be to use that RAD strategy acronym that we talked about, which means that we're going to be doing what? Writing, right? If we use RAD, we're always equaling writing. And the test that we have next Tuesday for Unit 3 is going to have a combination of written responses that you'll use the RAD strategy on, combined with multiple choice questions. But so far, when we take our quick checks, they're all multiple choice, right? And then that's why we're using those guided notes and what we learn in live lesson to get those quick check questions right. They're all multiple choice. But of course, when we take our first test, there's going to be some written responses on it. So today we're practicing on the next slide using that RAD strategy. If you're in the Nearpod, you can click on this word RAD and it's going to take you to the strategy. Yes, let's go. It looks like this. This is also on the Unit 3 resource page, okay? So it's a nice little strategy you could honestly print out or save on your computer for RAD. And every time you get ready to write on your test in language arts or in other classes, you use RAD acronym. The R is to restate the question as a sentence. That gives you the first sentence of your paragraph on a test. The A is to answer all parts. What do I mean by all parts? This is when I need your focus, 8th graders. What do I mean by all parts of the question? Oftentimes, our short essay questions on tests, only one question. Right, Flower? Oftentimes, these questions have like 2 or 3 questions within one. So if you just answer the first thing that you see, you're not going to get full credit on your written response on the test. However, the other side of written responses on tests is you get to explain with the D details, right? And this gives you more of an opportunity to boost up your test grade because in multiple choice, there's only one right answer, right? And we see that sometimes with the quick checks. We're like, oh, I thought it was this question is the answer because I can see where 2 are right. But when it comes to written responses, we have the opportunity to earn about 5 points by writing an essay, and we get to explain with our details. So we honestly have an opportunity, I feel like, if you follow RAD strategy, to really boost your grade up on tests by using this strategy and telling your side and writing with the details, okay? All right, so this image is on the Unit 3 resource page to help you as well. We're going back to our task now, and our task is to use that RAD strategy in Nearpod. This is our last big activity for today. We're going to answer the following question. Why did the author include these counter-arguments that Serenity just read to us in pink? Opposing beliefs in her article, supporting the importance of mental health. Before we get to the task screen, let's talk about this in chat a little bit. What do you think the counter-argument was here from the author? Who was paying attention? This is really going to show who was paying attention. Let's discuss it. So if the counter-argument is the opposite of the author's argument, this is where we really got to turn on our brain power. The counter-argument is not about the importance of mental health, is it? Because that's the claim. That's what the author wants you to believe, that mental health is important and sometimes it's ignored. So what is the counterclaim? The counterclaim is, I saw it somewhere here, there are struggles to athletes, and sometimes people say it's not real because you can't see it. That's right, Carly. Sometimes, like Percy is saying, there's the information there about the host who attacked people about withdrawing, like Simone Biles did from the Olympics, because they told her that she should just suck it up and drive on, right? That's the counterclaim. Some people say that she wasn't brave. So why did the author put that in there? When the author believes that not to be true, why did the author put those pieces of information in to counter? Because it definitely is a real thing, right, Holden? And so their way of convincing others who don't think like them, you've probably heard people out there who say, mental health isn't real. They believe like the counterclaim. We can't see it. I don't see the pain of it in your face in the same way that your muscle is pulled. So why can't you just suck it up and move on? Why can't we just ignore it, right? So if everybody does deal with it every day, it's very good to show that there are some people out there that don't believe this to be real, because it makes it more important then to show why you shouldn't ignore it, right, Gwen? When you put that counter argument in there, it makes your argument stronger. And then that's where you get to rebuttal. Are we having a light bulb moment about this? It's starting to make sense. So here's your task now. You're going to practice for the test. Use RAD to answer the question below. Why did the author include these counter arguments opposing beliefs, some of the ones we just talked about, in her article supporting the importance of mental health? And just as a reminder, the counter arguments are in the third paragraph of this article. So you have a space here where you can type your answer. If we are using the RAD method on the right, which we have the image for, we're definitely, you guys, writing incomplete sentences, aren't we? And we're probably trying to type a paragraph. So I'm going to be silent now. This is your last activity. Keep in mind, this is very good test practice for you. And we can take a look and share some of your answers. So you're writing about why did the author include these counter arguments opposing beliefs in her article supporting the importance of mental health. So the link to the article has been in many places. I'd have to go grab it for you. But the quickest way to get to the counter argument would be to slide back in your Nearpod on your share screen, on your side of the Nearpod, and look at what's in pink that we just read. And then when you're ready, you'll start typing your answer here. So I'm already able to kind of scroll through on the teacher side of the screen and see that some of you have already submitted without hitting share, which would have probably stopped others from typing, so I don't want to do that yet. I can't see if you've written in complete sentence format or paragraphs, but you can keep adding if you haven't and changing in what you said, because I have not started sharing, okay? So I'm going to give everybody like another 2 minutes to finalize their thoughts. And I don't want anybody to quote unquote freak out if you don't get finished. It's okay. This is just practice today, but we have to be requisite of time in here because we need to be able to share a few of these. And I know that's still not going to give us enough time to share as many of you who have written great things that want them to be shared before we have to leave class today, so you get a nice break before math starts. So let's give it another minute to 10:47, and then I'm going to start sharing some of these answers. Kind of have a discussion, see how the class did. This is in turn also going to help us with our test on Tuesday. Why did the author include counter arguments? Those are the opposing beliefs to mental health in her article supporting the importance of mental health. Hint, hint, the counter arguments are in the third paragraph of the article. I also attached the entire Unit 3 resource page to the chat because the article's there, and so is the video that we watched in class today. So A few times I referred you back to the Unit 3 resource document today off of the Language Arts message board. So I put the entire link in the chat, which most of you should already have that message saved anyways. Okay, so Jeremiah, I put the link to the Unit 3 resource page in the chat to find the whole article there, but it's been shared on intro pages as well. Everything you guys that I'll talk about in the Nearpods, it's always on the message board, the intro page, and the resource pages. So sometimes it's a good idea to have those open before you come to live lesson, because you'll quickly be able to go back in and get those resources as you need them. All right, let's go ahead and share before we run out of time. I know Martin is dying for me to share. He said he put a lot of effort into this. So let's take a look at what Martin wrote. Oh, goodness, Martin, you did. You wrote a whole paragraph. What did Martin do well here before we even start reading it? Complete sentence format, right? Capital letters to start, periods at the end, several sentences. It looks like he used rad. Let's see what he said. They included these counter arguments because if anyone reads an article without counter arguments, then people would think that what they're saying isn't trustable. Counter arguments are a word choice that can help the reader connect with the idea because if they include reasons that people go against it, it can make it so the reader can relate with this idea and understand their point. If they didn't, the reader would believe otherwise and not with connecting with the understanding the author's conveying. So Martin, you answered very well the point of why counter arguments are important, but what was missing from Martin's paragraph that I hope I can share next with another students? He's still missing a part of that question for the test. What else is missing? What do we see on the screen that Victoria did? She starts talking about mental health and why it's not invisible. So did McKenna, right? So we need to include something in here. So did, it looks like Presley's talking a little bit more about the counter arguments, just like Martin did. We need to make sure we address the question where it asks, what is the counter argument in the Simone Biles article too, right? If we wanted to get full credit on the test, we would also want to talk about that. That was a part of the question. I'm going to share Sid's, and we'll kind of look at how we could combine both Martin and Sid's answer, and I think if we did that, we would probably get 100% grade. Sid said the following: the author included counter arguments in her article so that she could provide a rebuttal. She described the opposing viewpoint by mentioning various people who disagree with Simone Biles pulling out of the competition. And then she responded by explaining that mental health is usually invisible, but it's still important. Oh my gosh, good job. Clap, clap. Do you guys see why this is an awesome answer? It explains what a counter argument is, but Sid also went on to give the examples from the Simone Biles article and then what the rebuttal would be. So I think if we took this paragraph and we combined a couple of the sentences out of what Martin wrote about what a counter argument is and why it's important, we would have an overall 100% grade on this test writing, right? Because both of them combined, put together, answered the question completely with RAD. Restating, answering all parts, and then providing a lot of details. All right, you guys, look at the clock, 10:50. Can you believe it? Some of you were asking, how do you save what you wrote in here? Anytime you write in Nearpod, the link is still active this week. You should be able to go back in here and get your writing. I am not saying that this is a test question. I said it's like a test question, okay? So you really don't have to be worried about actually saving this because you want to make sure that you can write with it on the test. It was just practice. So even though you didn't have enough time, some of you, to finish, you're not sure how you can save it, everything that we do in live lesson is just for practice, okay? So no worries. You don't have to get super anxious about not completing it, not being able to save it. This is for practice. So when it comes time for the test, we'll get a new question, very similar but yet different, that you'll be ready to prepare for. And so I'm just saying in here today as advice, I feel like if you took Martin's answer and Sid's answer and you put them together, that would be a great example of like a 100% graded kind of an essay question on the test on Tuesday. All right? Okay, I gotta let you guys go because I need to be fair to math. You need a break and you need to go to math class next. Have a great day. I'll see you again tomorrow. Don't forget the agenda for the entire week of live lesson was webmailed out this morning. And tomorrow we'll be moving on to work on analogies and also allusions. We worked on analogies a little bit on Thursday if you were invited to my quick check help session or you came as optional, but we're also going to talk about them tomorrow. And we're going to add in allusions. So if you understood analogies, but you didn't quite get allusions, that's probably because we haven't really worked on them in live lesson. We will tomorrow, and then Wednesday we'll play our Kahoot review game to get ready for the actual test on Tuesday. Bye, everybody. Good work today. We got a little unfocused at times, but we pulled it together and we finished it with just about 2 minutes over. So we did a good job. We got it done. See y'all tomorrow.
The recording has stopped.
Armani, I'm just kind of checking the private chats for those that are still in here. I don't want to keep you guys too long either past when math is ready to go, but I wanted to explain to you, I sent you a private message and it's probably because you're on a different computer possibly. So then it shows as unverified because it doesn't know that you're a student. But it's not that you're in trouble or anything. Does that make sense? If I had more time to get through my private chats, I would have been able to mark you as verified, but there was no issue with it. Like, it's nothing on your end. It's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry it worried you. We just have such a big class, I wasn't able to take the time to stop and mark you as verified or explain that even until we were all done. But thanks for asking and for being patient and waiting for your answer. That kind of a question is actually one that is very relevant to the lesson. It is not an off-topic chat, so I'm glad that you were able to be patient and wait for that. Carly, I do see your question. She's already offline. Let's see. Okay, I think all others that asked are offline at this point. All right, bye everybody. I'll let you go ahead and get to math.
What do you guys think it's going to equal? Exactly. Again, it equals 1 because 3x is a number. We don't know what it is. It could be 3 times 4, 3 times 5, 3 times 6. We don't know. But whatever it is, it's to the 0 power, so it equals 1. Okay, how about this one? 3 times 12. And then to the 0 power. What do you think that's going to equal? It's going to equal 1 because it's really 36 to the 0 power. That's what 3 times 12 is. And so 36 to the 0 power equals a 1. Right? So anything to the 0 power. Now, let's take a look at this last one. We have 12 to the 0 power plus 9. What do you think that's going to be? 12 to the 0 power plus 9. Okay, seeing some different answers, so let's work this through. 12 to the 0 power, that equals 1. So that's really 1. And then plus 9. Plus 9 is not part of the exponent problem. 12 to the 0 is 1. And then we're adding 9. So altogether, now when we simplify, it's 10. Turn this off for a second. Make sure everyone gets this. So we have any number to the 0 power equals 1. But then we can start to put that into some other expressions and simplify. And that's what we did down here at the bottom. We took 12 to the 0, which we just learned equals 1. And then we added 9. So the 1 plus the 9, and we get 10. So make sure you're just using your brain and thinking this through, right? Take what this little thing we've learned, and we're going to add it into all the other things that we've learned. Okay, so we're going to keep going. This is not quick checks. Those of you who think we're at quick checks, we're not at quick checks. Let's try this. All right, everybody write this down. 5 to the 6th power times 5 to the negative 6th power. All right. So you're going to have to go back to product rule. See what you get. Okay, I'm starting to get some answers. Good job. Good job, guys. All right, so let's try this. So when I see 5 to the 6th, hold on, I'm going to turn this off for a little, just for a minute. Okay, so here we go. When I see 5 to the 6th times 5 to the negative 6th, I realize that I need to go back to the very first rule I learned, which was product rule. Product rule says if the base is the same, leave the base, add the exponents. So 6 plus negative 6. So I'm going to add my exponents, which gives me 5 to the 0, because 6 plus negative 6 is 0. But then I just learned a second rule that I need. 5 to the 0 actually is 1. So I started with product rule. This is why we have to know all of our rules. So I started with product rule right here. But then I used 0 exponent rule here. 6 plus negative 6 gave me my 0. Okay, I'm going to leave this here for about 20 more seconds, and then we're going to try another one. All of this is implementing all of these rules. Okay, let's try the next one. All right, I'm going to give you a second to think this through, see what you can do, and then we'll go over it. Do the best you can. Okay, let's see how we did. All right, so let's just use our eyes and look. What we've got is we've got parentheses, and inside the parentheses right here, we have product rule. And we know that when we see parentheses, we need to do that first. So the first thing I'm going to do is simplify using product rule inside the parentheses. 4 to the 3rd times 4 to the 7th is 4 to the 3 plus 7. So that's 4 to the 10th. So now I have 4 to the 10th times 4 to the 0. Okay, so I did my parentheses first. I got 4 to the 10th. The 4 to the 0 is on the outside, right? So that comes next. Now I've got 4 to the 10th times 4 to the 0, which is 4 to the 10 plus 0. Or I could have done this, guys. I could have thought to myself, well, wait a second. I know that 4 to the 0 is 1. And 4 to the 10th times 1 is 4 to the 10th. So both of these get me to the same answer. So you could have left it like this and added your exponents. Or you could have just simplified the 4 to a 0 and made it a 1. And then multiplied times 1. Because when we multiply times 1, that's called the identity property. Nothing changes. So either way, we get 4 to the 10th. So we used product rule and 0 exponent rule. Okay. All right, we're going to keep going. Make sure you're getting these in your notes in that math notebook that you're keeping nice and organized so you can go back and look at these when you need to. Okay, here's our next one. I'm going to be quiet and let you try it first, and then we'll go over it. Okay, so I have a fraction, right? And I'm going to say what I love to say. Fractions mean division. Make sure that is something that you can always say to yourself in your head. When you see a fraction, that means division. But before we get to the division, we need to simplify that top of our fraction, that numerator. So in the numerator up here, I'm going to use my product rule. So let's do that first. 7 to the 4th times 7 to the 3rd is 7 to the 4 plus 3. So that's 7 to the 7th. Now I still have my denominator. Now I'm going to use my next rule. Because fractions mean division, this is actually the quotient rule. So to do this, I'm going to use quotient rule because that's division. Quotient rule says leave the base, subtract the exponents. So 7 minus 7, right? You have to subtract from the top down. Now, in this situation, you can't tell if I did, but I'm just reminding you, you have to subtract from the top down. Numerator's exponent minus denominator's exponent. So that leaves us with a base of 7 and an exponent of 0. And that takes us to our last rule, the 0 exponent rule that we just learned that says 7 to the 0 equals 1. Okay, so we had to use product rule, quotient rule, 0 exponent rule, all of them to get to our final answer of 1. Fully simplified, we get 1. 7 to the 0 equals 1. Okay, all right, so again, we're adding all of our rules in together. Let me check and see if I see anything. Let's keep moving. All right, real quickly, I'm going to open up the chat. I want you guys to help me out, though. Oh, did I? Hold on, I didn't open it up. There we go. All right, stick with me and tell me the answer. What is 4 to the negative 4 times 4 to the negative 2? Put your answer in the chat. What is 4 to the negative 4 times 4 to the negative 2? What? No, there's no Nearpod. No, we're just doing this. Okay, so we're struggling with this one. So let's take a second and let's put on the brakes, guys. 4 to the negative 4 times 4 to the negative 2. The base is the same, so leave the base, add the exponent. So negative 4 plus negative 2 is 4 to the negative 6. Negative 4 plus negative 2 is negative 6. Now, tomorrow, I'm going to finally teach you, and we're going to practice what do we do with these negative exponents, because I've been telling you that, not yet, very, very soon, Tyler. I've been telling you that we don't leave negative exponents, but I haven't told you yet. Tomorrow, you're going to learn. Okay, here we go. Next one, guys. What is 3 times 3 to the third? 3 times 3 to the third. Okay, all right, here we go. We learned this last week, so you might have forgotten, but this first 3 has an exponent of 1. It's got that invisible exponent. So this is actually 3 to the 1 plus 4. I'm sorry, 1 plus 3. I'm telling you the answer. My brain's thinking. Answer. 1 plus 3, which means the answer is 3 to the 4th. Yep, it's easy to forget about the invisible exponent, guys. That's why we'll do it over and over again. So 3 to the 4th. Okay, last one. A to the what times a to the negative 3 gives you a to the 12th. What would this missing exponent be? Hey guys, focus in. Just math. What would be the missing exponent? A to the what times a to the negative 3 would give us a to the 12th. Okay, so it would need to be 15 because 15 plus the negative 3 gives us a to the 12th. So 15 is that missing exponent. Because 15 plus the negative 3 has to give us our 12. Okay, so that's a quick review of our very first rule we learned, product rule. Because remember, all of this is going to be on your quiz. I'm not going to close the chat. Not yet. All right, let's do a quick review of quotient rule. Focus in, guys. What is 6 to the 8th divided by 6 to the 5th? Quotient rule. 6 to the 8th divided by 6 to the 5th. Quotient rule. If you don't remember quotient rule, this is a good time to go back to your notes and take a look and remind yourself. Quotient rule, good job, guys, says keep the base the same, subtract the exponents. So 6 to the 3rd. Okay, next one. X to the 8th divided by x to the what equals x squared. What is the missing exponent? What's the missing exponent? X to the 8th divided by x to the what is x squared? Yeah. It would have to be a 6 because this would be x to the 8 minus 6. That's how we get x to the 2nd. Braden, I agree. We don't need to put that in there anymore. Okay, so a little bit of product rule, a little bit of quotient rule. Let's keep going. All right, at this time, I'm going to turn the chat off just so I can talk to everybody. We're going to do quick checks, but remember, guys, we're going to do quick checks together as a class. If you've already done the quick checks, you can go, but after you do the quick check, sometime today, you need to do your quiz. The quiz is on your own, okay? So if you've already done the quick checks, see you tomorrow. I'll see you for negative exponents. If you haven't, stick around. I'm going to go ahead and open up Unit 3, Lesson 4 quick check, and we'll get started. I'm going to give you about 30 seconds, and we'll get started. All right, I'm going to clear the chats, get us a brand new start. Okay, we are going to move to number 1. We are on quick checks. All right, let's stay focused. This is me helping you guys. Let's stay focused. The quiz is after the quick check, Leah. So once you finish your quick checks, you go to the next slide. And on the next slide, then you'll see the quiz. All right, here we go. First question for today. Hey, Braden, let's focus on just math. Well, let's just not even talk to other people. How can you use the quotient rule of integer exponents to explain why 6 to the 0 equals 1? Now, this one is a little bit tricky, so I'm going to help you with this one. Okay? The answer is down here, right here. Because if you take 6 to the 3rd and you divide it by 6 to the 3rd, we learned a long time ago. I don't remember exactly. You don't have this question? Hold on. You're not seeing this one? Okay, hold on. Everybody hold on. I'm going to turn this off so that we're not going crazy. Hold on. Let me make sure. That this is the right one. Everybody look, is this number 2 of your quick check? Hold on. This question I have right here, is this number 2? Some are saying no, some are saying yes. Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn this off now. I'm not sure what's going on. Hold your horses. Let's see what is going on here with Mrs. Jefferson's. We're on quick check. Maybe I'll do it a different way. Maybe I'll share my screen. Hold on, I'm getting there. Yeah, these are the questions that I see. I'm not sure why some of you are not. Okay, I need one person. I'm going to put down hands. I'm going to put down hands just so I know who wants to do this. Who would like to jump on their mic and explain to me what you're seeing for your quick checks, not the quiz? All right, I'm just going with the first hand I see here. Claire. Claire, jump on your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. So what's the first you see?
So for me, like your questions match up with my second quick check. So I have 2 quick checks and 1 quiz.
And when you start the first quick checks, can you actually do those questions?
Yeah,
that
I can
should be
answer them.
dropped. It's not dropped for you?
No, it's not dropped.
Oh, it's supposed to be. All right, let me see if I can fix that. Maybe that's the problem. Okay, everybody hold on a minute. Let me see if there's some reason why that didn't get dropped for everyone, and then maybe that will fix it for everybody. Yes, that's the problem. Okay. Okay, so everybody hold on. You're going to need to refresh your screen. That is the problem. Thanks, Claire. Okay, hold on. It takes a minute because it has to drop for all hundreds of you. Okay, all right. Refresh your screen and then go back in, and now you should be able to go to this first question. You might even have to like go out of the lesson and go back into the lesson. And then this, so then you shouldn't have 2 quick checks anymore. You should just have this 1 quick check and then a quiz. That fix it? Are you seeing the correct, you see it now? Okay. All right, awesome. Thanks, Lydia. Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's fine, Jeremiah. Okay, here we go. Now we're on this one. So this is the one that I want to talk through with you. Because the question is, all right, so guys, everybody just let's leave the chat for now. Like just focus on my screen. How can you use the quotient rule of integer exponents to explain why 6 to the 0 equals 1? Well, here's the thing, guys. If I write 6 to the 0 divided by 6 to the 0, because that's quotient rule, that does equal, I'm sorry, 6 to the 3rd divided by 6 to the 3rd, that does equal 6 to the 0. But the other thing we learned years ago is that anything over itself equals 1, right? You learned maybe, I don't know how many years ago, 5 over 5 equals 1. 12 over 12 equals 1. So if you have 6 to the 3rd over 6 to the 3rd, not only does that equal 6 to the 0, but it's the same thing as 1. You never learned it. Okay, so Riley, this is a good thing to add then. Anything, we can call it x, any number over itself, so any number over itself always equals 1. Yeah, just like Presley just put in there. 3 over 3 always equals 1. So because of that, we know that 6 to the 3rd divided by 6 to the 3rd has to equal 1 because it's the same thing divided by itself. Sorry, not right now, Percy. I got this. Thank you. Okay, so I'm telling you that that's the answer, is that if you divide, you show that 6 to the 0 equals 1. Okay, here we go. We're on number 2. Number 2, the zero power rule states that when a blank real number is raised to the blank power, it equals blank. Okay, now this is what I talked about at the very beginning. It needs to be a non-zero. Remember I said that 0 won't work, but a non-zero real number is raised to the 0 power, it equals 1. Whenever a non-zero real number is raised to the 0 power, well, Presley, I don't know, 0th? I'm not sure. I've never heard of that. That's funny. Not sure about that. Okay, so the 0 power rule states that when a non-zero real number is raised to the 0 power, it equals 1. Okay, it just can't be 0. All right, here we go. Now, this is a review. You have seen this question so many times. So many times. A blank is a number multiplied repeatedly by the number of times indicated in its blank. So a what? A base is a number multiplied repeatedly by the number of times indicated in its exponent, right? We've said this for like 4 or 5 days straight now. We have a base that's being multiplied over and over and over. And then we have an exponent that tells us how many times. Yep. Hey guys, nobody in here is stupid. We are all learning, every one of us. So let's stop calling ourselves stupid. We're not. We're just all learning. I appreciate all of you that are encouraging. Let's keep going. All right, here we go. So we're going to match these. We have 7 to the 0 power, negative 15 to the 0 power, 9.37 to the 0 power, 2.8 to the 0 power. Again, this is all about making the point, right? They're all numbers that are not 0, that are being raised to the 0 power, so they all follow the same rule. They're all equal to 1. 7 to the 0 equals 1. Negative 15 to the 0 equals 1. 9.37 to the 0 equals 1. 2.8 to the 0 equals 1. You have to put the numbers in the right order. Oh, really? Okay, well, mess with it. That's weird. Just mess with it until you get it right. Keep checking your answer. Yeah, don't go past it till you get the right answer. That's weird. It should just take them all. But not surprised. All right, the rest of these should be pretty quick, guys. This is the quick check. You mean the quiz, Presley? No, it won't do that. We don't have a question like that on the quiz. Yeah. Simplify using the 0 power rule of exponents. X to the 0 equals 1. Yep, 1. Okay, here we go. Which of the following correctly used the 0 power rule of exponents to simplify the expression? 24 to the 0 power equals 24, or 1, or 0. And the answer is a 1, right? We're just trying to get that into your brain. I know you're like, what in the world? But you got to just remember it equals 1. Because I can't even tell you that some of you are going to forget by tomorrow, because we forget things. We have to keep telling ourselves over and over. Okay, so now let's do a little bit of work here. we have 5 to the 0 on the outside of the parentheses times, and then inside the parentheses, 5 squared times 5 to the 3rd. Leave your rule with an exponent. Don't evaluate it. Leave it with the exponent. So, all right, I'm going to give you a little time, and then I'll go over it with you. You try it first. Okay, we're almost done, guys. Here we go. So we start with our parentheses, right? You always do inside the parentheses first. So 5 squared times 5 to the 3rd is 5 to the 2 plus 3. So that's 5 to the 5th. So we did parentheses first. Now we have 5 to the 0 times 5 to the 5th. And that gives me 5 to the 0 plus 5, which is 5 to the 5th. Last one, I believe. I think this is number 8. Yeah, good. Fractions mean division. You think it's silly, but you're going to need this. Okay, here we go. What is 12 to the 4th divided by 12 to the 4th? What is that going to equal? A couple different ways you can do it. 12 to the 4th divided by 12 to the 4th is 12 to the 4 minus 4, right? Because that's quotient rule. So that's 12 to the 0, which means it equals 1. It equals 1. Okay. All right, so hold on. I'm going to stop recording, and then we're going to get out of here in a minute.
The recording has stopped.
Okay. All right. So guys, you're finishing your quick checks. Then you're going to take your quiz. And remember, I'll be then inviting anyone to come learn how to do our relearning to improve our score if we need it. Okay. That's been dropped. Anytime you see the practice, I drop them. Braden, don't forget that you have booked a time with me this afternoon, a one-on-one. So don't forget to come to that. I'll see you for that. And the rest of you, you may go unless you have questions. If you have questions, stick around. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. Hold on, Braden, I'll take a look. All right, bye, guys. See you tomorrow. 2 o'clock, Braden. So in 2 hours. Right back in here. Chase, are you talking about the one for today? So it's at the end of your lesson. So when you open up your lesson for today and you go through the slides, once you get to the end of the slides, there'll be a slide that's your quick check questions. Then once you finish those, you'll go to the next slide. And the very last slide is the quiz questions for today. So they're always at the end of those slide lessons from your planner.
Time to eat my bag lunch. Time to eat my gas station lunch. Today I brought salad, carrots, and celery. I got 3 chuck wagons, couple monsters. Ooh, note from my wife. Ooh, text from the ex-wife. I love your smile. Oh, I hate your guts. She's thinking of me.
Before I get too far into this, I want to give credit to a post on the subreddit Hobby Drama made by Reddit user PurpleWig, as well as a post on the Scotland subreddit made by user Ultac, as they are the primary sources of information for this video. Wikipedia doesn't really need an introduction, mainly because it's one of the oldest and most used sources of information on the internet. However, over the years, it has drawn some controversy, mainly due to its claim that it's the encyclopedia that anyone can edit. And although the site's become much more strict regarding what types of edits are accepted, the stigma still persists through this day, and many still view Wikipedia as an unreliable source of information. Despite all this, Wikipedia has continued to grow, and it's even expanded its contents to over 329 different languages, with one of these languages being the subject of today's video, Scots. Scots is a language spoken in Scotland and parts of Ireland, and as you can imagine, it's the native language of Scotland. It's recognized internationally as an official language, however there are some who challenge that notion, citing its similarity to English as the main reason, calling it a dialect of English instead. Many people who think like this tend to point to the fact that in Scotland, the many colloquialisms of Scots and Scottish English are very similar to each other, and it can be hard to distinguish between the two at times. The key takeaway here is that Scots is its own complicated language, with its own grammar, rules, spellings, and you get the point. If you wanted to speak Scots, you would quite literally have to learn another language. You can't just put on a funny accent and then continue on. And now this brings us back to the Scots Wikipedia. Initially made in 2005, many Scottish internet users grew to dislike the site throughout the years, as its many articles were rife with grammatical errors, misspellings, and sometimes complete and total gibberish. And now enter a wiki user that we'll be calling AG. Important side note, the source that I'm using originally called them AG as well. I was initially going to refer to them as their full screen name. However, since this has happened, other unrelated people to the story have taken up the same online handle, so I will also be referring to the original person as AG. AG made their account back in 2013, and soon after began making countless articles and edits. After that, due to their dedication, they ended up becoming the main administrator of the Scots Wikipedia, having created over 20
left to guide you home. There's no one left to guide you home. to guide you home. I'll fade the sun and I'll take the stars. I'll build an empire in the dark. Now I can't feel a thing, I'm an empty king. Someone please come and take me away from me, 'cause I can't feel a thing, get away from me.
sure you are aware of that for EP Again, there's the top 5 quickest to answer, and then we've got top 5 overall. Moving on, question number 6. Which of these groups successfully captured Fort Ticonderoga from the British? Was it the Minutemen, the Continental Army, the Green Mountain Boys, or the Sons of Liberty? Which of these groups successfully captured Fort Ticonderoga from the British? And that would be the Green Mountain Boys, led by Ethan Allen. We talked about him a couple weeks ago in live lesson. Him and his Green Mountain Boys, they successfully captured Fort Ticonderoga. They were able to surprise it, and that opened up a pathway to Canada for the colonial army. Pretty important fort capture during the American Revolution. All right, here's the top 5. Good job, everyone. Question 7. Where did George Washington winter his troops during 1777 and 1778? Where did George Washington winter his troops? Is it Valley Forge, Yorktown, Saratoga, or Ticonderoga? No, it's not the red one. We just talked about that place. It is Valley Forge. We did a See, Think, and Wonder activity on Valley Forge last week, where we learned that this was kind of the low point in the Revolutionary War for the American side. A lot of the Continental Army was starving, lack of clothing, lack of supplies. It was a very harsh winter. However, this is also when the French reinforcements started to arrive. So it kind of represented the lowest point that the army got to during the American Revolution. And from there, it was a steady upward climb, more and more victories, and more morale for all of the troops. Good job on that one, everyone. Some of these can be a little bit difficult. Alright, there is the top 5. Moving on. Question 8. Which of these individuals wrote Common Sense, the pamphlet Common Sense? Was that Thomas Paine? Was that Patrick Henry? Was that Samuel Adams? Or was that Benedict Arnold? Which of these individuals wrote Common Sense? A really important revolutionary work. And that was Thomas Paine. Good job. So Thomas Paine wrote this work called Common Sense. It was basically detailing all the reasons why it made a lot of sense for the 13 colonies to declare independence. And it listed all the grievances and reasons why all these colonies should be upset with the British government. It sold and spread like wildfire. It sold something like 500,000 copies, which there were only about 2.5 million people in the entire 13 colonies anyway, so just about everybody had a copy if you count, families having one. So it was a really important work. It really fueled fervor for independence.
I'll fade the sun and I'll take the stars.
And it's often cited by a lot of the founding fathers as the reason they decided, hey, we need to do this independence thing. There's the top 5. Here we go. Question 9. Which revolutionary figure allowed African Americans to join the Continental Army? Was that Thomas Paine? Was that George Washington? Was that Thomas Jefferson? Or was that John Adams? That would have been George Washington. George Washington was the one. Originally, it was thought, hey, we shouldn't allow African Americans to join the Continental Army. And George Washington was like, no, that makes no sense. We should allow anybody to join the Continental Army. So he opened up recruiting to African Americans. That was George Washington. I had a question, what did the Green Mountain Boys look like? They were just normal colonists. They probably wouldn't have looked like soldiers very much. They would have looked like farmers that had weapons and things like that, because that's what most of the 13 colonist fighters would have been. They would have been your farmers and just your regular people that took up arms to fight. Almost very few of the soldiers would have been professional until closer to the end of the war. All right. Moving right along. Hey, if you're not doing well, that's okay. That's why you're here, right? That's why you're here, to learn. Which of these incidents that occurred in 1773 prompted the British to blockade Boston Harbor? Was that the Boston Tea Party, the Battle of Concord, the Stamp Act, or the Boston Massacre? Which of these incidents prompted the British to blockade Boston Harbor? Hey, good job on that one. That would be the Boston Tea Party. So we talked about this. This was another See, Think, and Wonder activity that we did, where a bunch of the Sons of Liberty crept out in the night. They crept out to a bunch of the British East India Company ships, and they started tossing tea overboard in protest for a lot of the taxes that had been imposed upon the colonists. After this happened, the British were understandably upset. Hey, it's not okay for colonists to sneak onto our ships and throw thousands and thousands, if not millions, of dollars worth of tea into the harbor in protest. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our navy and we're going to completely block off Boston Harbor in a blockade, so that colonial ships could not get in or out. And that was due to the Boston Tea Party, which occurred in 1773. It was done by the Sons of Liberty, a colonial protest group that we talked about before. Alright, question 11. Which colonial figure authored the Declaration of Independence? Was that George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, or Alexander Hamilton? All of these four are considered founding fathers. However, only one of them actually wrote the Declaration of Independence. Which one? And that was Thomas Jefferson. Good job, everyone. That was a tough question. A lot of these people are pretty famous figures, but Thomas Jefferson is the one that actually wrote or authored the Declaration of Independence. So life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and all that stuff, that is Thomas Jefferson's writing. Question 12. Which battle caused the British to surrender? It was the final major battle of the American Revolution. Was that Lexington, Green Mountain, Concord, or Yorktown? Which of these battles was the final major battle where the British surrendered at the end of the American Revolution? That would be Yorktown. So the American Army was able to surround the British Army under General Lord Cornwallis at Yorktown, which is a place in Virginia. The British had to surrender all of their troops. This caused the British to recognize, hey, we're probably either not going to win this war, or it's just not worth it to fight anymore. So it caused the end of the war by the British recognition of, hey, it's time to end this and stop all the fighting. It's too costly to keep going. Good job on that one, everyone. Oop, I don't know where that is at the top. Alright, there's the top 5. Question 13. Which decisive American victory prompted the French to enter the war against the British? Was that Saratoga, Yorktown, Bunker Hill, or Cowpens? Which of these major American Revolution battles prompted the French to enter the war against the British? And the correct one here is the Battle of Saratoga. So the Battle of Saratoga happened in late, I think it was October 1777. And it was right before George Washington wintered his troops in Valley Forge. The Americans were not doing well up until this point. During 1776 and the first part of 1777, the Americans suffered a lot of losses in battle, a lot of people deserting. However, the Americans were able to capture the Fort Saratoga, and they were able to capture a ton of cannons and weaponry, and force the British to surrender that fort. And that prompted not only the French to think, okay, the Americans might actually win this, let's help them out. So they started sending supplies and troops and professional soldiers to train the American army. But it also helped the Americans that were wintering in Valley Forge think, okay, things aren't so bad, maybe we can actually win this thing. And it really turned around the whole feeling of the war. This is one of the most important moments in the war, was the capture of the fort of Saratoga in the Battle of Saratoga. All right. Good job on that one. Over half of you got that one right. There's the top 5 for that question, and then top 5 overall. And then final question. What conflict caused France to lose most of its North American territory? Was that the French and Indian War, the American Revolution, the 30 Years' War, or the War of Succession? Which of these wars caused France to lose most of its North American territory? And the correct response here is the French and Indian War that lasted from the 1750s until 1763. It was fought by the French and a bunch of Native Americans against British and other Native Americans. The British ended up winning, so France basically gave up almost all of the North American territory, like Canada, a lot of the Midwest, what's now the Ohio River Valley, kind of around the area where we live here in Indiana. All of that was transferred over to the British due to the French loss in the French and Indian War. And that was also one of the reasons the French wanted to help the Americans win the Revolutionary War, because they had lost a lot of their colonies in North America, and this is a way for the French to get back at the British for their defeat in the French and Indian War. All right, let's see who podiumed in this Kahoot. Third place, Carly. Second place, Hogan. Third place, Adeline. Great job. Very well. Right. Well done. Okay. So, I hope that will help you prepare for your test. I will send this out in the webmail here in just a little bit. It has to compile it and everything. It won't take that long. Hopefully by in the next 30 minutes or so, you'll receive it. Don't forget, the test does have an essay question. Essay questions, we are expecting 3 to 5 complete sentences in which you not only explain, or not only answer the question, but you explain using the RAD method, which I know you know what it is. The RAD method is a great way to answer essay questions. And then, first test, if you don't do so well, don't forget you can always petition me for a relearning opportunity to try to get that grade up. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for coming today, and I will see you on Wednesday, where we start talking about what happens after the American Revolution, and how in the world do we create a new country, and what should we do, and yada yada. It didn't go so well at the beginning with the Articles of Confederation. We finally did pretty okay not long after that. So that's on the agenda for Wednesday. Have a really great time, everyone, and I'll see you then. Bye.
The recording has stopped.
Do you believe in happy endings or the mendings of human hearts? Oh, I believe in both, I'm certain, because these curtains are state of the art. If you'd occasionally happen to spy on me, you'd think I'm having one-sided conversations. But I hear him talking back. You'd think I may even lack some sanity, but maybe I can't let go. So I'll say I finally wrote your song at last. Sorry that this one came out so sad. Every tear I had was shed for that man that gave me a better sense of life and meaning to motivate. There's no shortcut to success. I'll wait for his guiding hand, my guardian angel, until the very end. I see a cold seat on the couch where I remember that just 4 years ago, around December, you sat me down and held me next to you so close. How I long for things to be restored to back when times weren't quite this hard. In the car, that song you sang to me never rang so loud before. Oh, what I'd give for just another hug from you. You may be gone, but love will never die. And so I'll say I finally wrote your song at last. Sorry that this one came out so sad. Every tear I had was shed for the man that gave me a better sense of life and meaning to motivate. There's no shortcuts to success. I'll wait for his guiding hands, my guardian angel, until the very end. Tears can't run dry when I start to cry, when I hear people speak of how you'd be so proud of me, and how I hope this song will reach your ears. I've battled all my darkest fears. I once was blind, but now it's clear. Wherever I go, I know that you'll be near. I finally wrote your song at last. Sorry that this one came out so sad. Every tear I had was shed for the man that gave me a better sense of life and meaning to motivate. There's no shortcut to success. I'll wait for his guiding hand, my guardian angel, until the very end. Oh, until the very end. My guardian angel until the very I wish I never saw your face, and I wouldn't need a place to frame you in my mind. Hanging on the wall, my memories and all, but you're not tangible. Stuck on sentimental, the history we never had. Almost accidental, the way you live inside my head. I would kill to be a mile away, or feel the breath you'll take, but fate won't let me. This is me. Now I wish we never met. I wish I could forget who you are. This is me, as we just can't connect. I found my one regret, and it was you. This disturbs me. Separated by a screen, it's just a you'll take, but fate won't let me. Distance me. Now I wish we never met. I wish I could forget who you are. Distance me. 'Cause we just can't connect. I found my one regret, and it was you. I found my one regret, and it was you. I found my one regret, and it was you. Shut your mouth, 'cause you're never quiet. You put it out when I try to light it. This is a race that I will not lose. I'll chase it till my legs give out. What is it you want from me? To become what you would be, but I would rather take my chances at running like the wind to make it dances. But until then, shut your mouth, 'cause you're never quiet. You put it out when I try to lie. This is a race that I will not lose. I'll chase it till my legs give out. When I do it, I love. I'll find myself looking back again, as I wait for you all to judge my every move that I make. Wonder what if I die again. I will come to know that you'll never support this. Go ahead and cast your little judgmental glances. I'm not a faceless talk aloud and flaunt your oh so pompous stature.